Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully we are up and running. So, today we are going to go back and test out the rebalance difficulties of the editor. That's at least the plan. We'll have to see how far we get. My head is kind of doing me in right now, but I feel like I want to do this before 1.9 comes out, and today is kind of the last chance to get that done. After a week of recovery, I'm back with fresh hope that's ready to be crushed. Hello, Floof. That is fine. Hope you feel better. I appreciate that, Doctor. I think I'll be fine. It's just been a bit of an annoying one that's been lasting the entire day. Hello, Sparky. Hello, Edsa. Nice to see you guys around. But yeah, we are going to go back and mess with the editor. So basically, what has changed, we might as well go over that quick. What we're going to be messing around with here, what has been changed in terms of difficulty, is kind of the levels of pain. And I've already kind of set it up here, what I want to try out today. It's basically the extra hard revamped version, and I think we'll do this because it just sims it in a little bit better. So basically, game difficulties have been changed a little bit, and from extra hard, there used to be half a percentage of stat boost. It's been brought down to 0.1. And that is generally what I want to test today, to see exactly how this compares to 0.5. Because I tried that out. That used to be the extra hard before. Now that is actually the impossible difficulty, 0.48. So as you can imagine, it's going to be very, very interesting to try out. And you might say that the stat boost 0.48, it might be too little. But I actually have a save where we did extra hard. And this is basically what 0.5% stat boost looks like. And by the end, this is me, I'm down here, and the other teams are up here. So even at 0.5, the AI is going to get a pretty significant advantage over the player. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what 0.1 is going to do. Just that 0.1 might actually be enough that the AI is going to keep up with the player and maybe even just slightly overtake them. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out for us. Do I think that 1.9 will make the game what we hoped it will be? It probably still needs a little bit of work off of that, Doctor, but I'm definitely optimistic. I didn't expect we're going to get 1.9 for this year's game, I'll be perfectly honest. But for me, basically the new affiliate focuses do seem very interesting because it does give affiliates more of a purpose. Right now, they've been kind of useless since the game released. So I'm looking forward to testing that out because that kind of gives a purpose to that mechanic they introduced. So looking forward to that. I wouldn't say that it's going to be revolutionary, but it's definitely nice to see. And again, pit lane stars for, what's it called? For the sake, not really for the sake of having them, but for the sake of F1, it's also a nice addition. I'm assuming this is a mod. Yes, it's a mod. It's a database editor where you put in your save, and then it changes some of the settings in that save to make things more challenging. So, unfortunately, not available for consoles. But yeah, for our save here, as I mentioned, we're going to go back to that. We're going to try 1.1 ultra lightweight parts, small research boost, and a factory level 4, which should keep the AI producing parts. I'm going to turn off the design times. I'm also going to turn off the +1 part when design completed. But as you can see here, we now have custom difficulty. You can do whatever you want with every single difficulty available. Retta has been incredibly quick to make this. Amazing, honestly. And the difficulties they have all been tweaked. They've all been tuned down a little bit, so you will not get overwhelmed. And I'm probably going to try these out in time. And I'll have to see how many of these I kind of get to test out today, because I do have the RB save. The only reason why we're playing RB today is because they're kind of my control group to see how things work out. So I'm just going to get this set up quick. Again, we're going to go with a very basic here, small research boost. That boost plus 0.1%, factory level 4. Ultra lightweight parts, which means AI has 0 kilograms of extra weight on their cars, which is going to make things a little bit good. If the headache gets too rough for you now, you can end the stream at any point. Don't worry, if it gets that bad, I'm gonna be saying that we'll continue some other time. Don't worry, Floof, I appreciate it though. Taylor is too much, put your health first. Tomorrow I actually have the day off, so if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't be streaming today. We have something called a planning day where the kids at school get the day off and the teachers get a day to kind of plan everything. And I've been doing the way that I've done planning days is generally the fact that I just stay ahead of them. So I just get it as an extra day off for the most part, which is kind of very nice. But yeah, this is what we're going to do with the editor. Nothing too amazing, nothing too serious. But it should keep the game at least a little bit interesting here, I think. But yeah, we're going to mimic basically what I did in a different video. We're probably going to replace Rick as a result. But I think it could be fun to try with Rick and Sonoda here. Maybe play a couple of races as well. So let me know what you think. Hello, Edward. Nice to see you. But yeah, hopefully I'm also not too loud. When I should take engine penalties. Either when you have to, or when you have a poor qualifying. In terms of tracks, the tracks you have an easy time overtaking on would be a good idea. Can't really recommend, say, Mexico or Austria, because just too big DRS zones. But either when you absolutely have to, or when you think you're in a good position to get overtakes done, or if you qualify poorly and want to kind of nullify that bad result. But yeah, let's just get into this. We're going to start designing the car. We are definitely in midfield. And we're going to have, of course, at the end of the stream, hopefully, I'll be simming a lot of the races. We're going to try and get through a season in probably 2-3 hours. That's going to be the goal. And I'm going to be comparing it to the previous difficulties, and we'll see exactly what has changed, if this is enough, if maybe we need to tune up a little bit. But Reddit is very open to feedback, so if any one of you tries this out, feel free to either post it in my Discord or post it to the Reddit thread. I'll try and add that as we go. But he's very open to feedback, very good at what he does, so feel free to do just that. Austria is the only thing in the game that genuinely infuriates me. I can see how you feel that way, because it is basically just, if you don't have the cornering to get away in the very, very small section that isn't a DRS zone, then you're going to be a very, very sad indeed. Does adding additional PU changes anything in the in-game UI when choosing PU? I'm a little bit unsure what you mean there, Focus. Do you mean adding an additional engine in the editor? Because the way that works, I can just as well go through that quickly before we get really into this. Let's see here. I need my editor again. So basically, the way that adding an extra engine in this game works is that you go into... Where is it again? Is it under Teams? I am lost. Okay, I need to figure out exactly where the engine editor is, because I've forgotten where you can find that. It should be Teams, shouldn't it? Or is it here? Help me if over this. Where's the engine editor, and I can go through it, because I've actually genuinely forgotten, or I'm just too silly right now to remember. One of the two. Engine. Oh, you can edit them here. Not in the forecast. Go to performance and click engines. That makes sense. That is over there. Right. My microphone arm was obscuring that one. Thank you, Henchi. Appreciate that. So basically, if you add a custom engine, say like I add this custom, just to give you an idea, it's not going to show up really in the list or anything like that. You will find it here in the custom engines, But if you want to use this one, you're actually going to have to apply it through the editor. Like if I go into my team right now, say that I'm playing RB, which I am, or VCarb, you're going to have to apply it through the editor. It doesn't show up in the yearly engine choice, so you're going to have to apply it after the season starts, basically. But it is there. It will work. It's just a little bit of a... It's just the way things are going to have to be done, unfortunately. But yeah, thank you, Angie, for the save. Appreciate that. Let's get back to the task at hand. Gonna be pretty classic, this. I also asked... this might just be me wanting it, but I also did give... I did ask ignaciourreta if it would be possible to change how the cars behave in terms of sliders, to kind of change up to how the sliders would work. But that unfortunately seemed to not be possible, which I honestly would think would be a very, very interesting way to change things up with regulations. Have them change the slider matter with every big regulation. I think that could I think that could make the game a lot more entertaining, and that's something I hope they add in 25. I'm gonna probably sit down and make a wish list at one point for what I want to see in 25. Hopefully we'll get that. Let's see. This should be good, and we'll get started on the final suspension design here. Like so. I think that is all 4 of our projects started. And we are gonna go ahead and try and get ourselves some sponsors. The other question, of course, is do we keep Danny and Rick or do we snatch up Signs? What are we feeling? Do we want to go and kidnap Signs today, or do we stick with Danny and Rick for this experiment? Because honestly, we're just going to measure the car's performance anyways. So the driver shouldn't matter too much. The only thing that would be a influence here would be payouts. But I kind of tend to just keep him here and see how he performs compared to Sonoda. If I had a nickel for every time I'd explain sliders, I'd be a millionaire. I don't think it's that much, but I definitely could upgrade my rig, I think. Sign Lawson? The Honey Badger? Would love to see a multiplayer co-op mode, and though I probably wouldn't have it, I would too. Kidnap Signs. Do you know what? You know who I think you should sign. He starts on Cola and stops with Pinto. You know what? We're going to give chat a bit of an option here, just to spice things up a little bit. So, give me a second here and I'll set up a poll. Who should we sign / keep? So, the options here are going to be we keep Danny Rick. We sign Lawson in his place. We sign Cola Pinto. And we give him a buff to say 78 overall. Honestly, I feel that's a little bit too low. I don't know. Is 78 too low for Cola Pinto? We'll talk about that after if that becomes the option. Because 68 is a little bit too low for me. I'm not gonna lie. Any other wishes here? 78 plus Mac development. Bodo Leto, I see. He'll be, I guess, the other option, and we'll give him the same kind of treatment with a overall and development boost. Sack Yuki. Honestly, a jar. I think we'll do these 4. It's starting to become a little bit too many options, and I'm only allowed to use 4 anyways. Bring Latifi back? You guys are insane. But yeah, let's get this vote on the road. I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to sort that out. Get Stroll? Damn, that would be rough. That would be really rough. I'm insane, but at least I'm consistent. Will I make a summer video about the stream? I probably will in the future, yeah. I'm gonna also probably go through the other difficulties and give my thoughts, if you will. So there is going to be a summer video about this. Later today, I'm going to have a video. It ended up being a couple of hours. But that is basically the video of last stream. It's what I've been editing this morning. So last Sunday's stream will come out probably after this stream is done. And I think we'll do probably something similar going forwards. I'll try and stream on Sundays, probably Saturdays on race weekends. But either Sunday or Saturday, and then you'll have the summary probably a week later or so. Can I do another Salvage save, but this time do a 2025 lineup season? Could probably do that. No worries, Mario. I appreciate you all for sticking with me. Keep Yuki, sack Daniel for Liam. The Floof army is uniting. Well, we have 27 votes. I'm going to give you about 60 more seconds to finish. So if you want to... Basically, we're currently having a vote over seat 1, Danny. Do we keep Danny Rick? Do we pick up Lawson for him? Do we pick up Cole Pinto and buff him? Do we pick up Botoleto and buff him? What should we do here? Hire a custom driver and name him Senna. Replace Yuki with the Canadian goat. Honestly, we could have a fun when we bring back Latifi and pair him with Sergeant at one point. Just basically streams for fun. I'm not against that, but I think that is not what we're going to be doing today, Alex. Okay, 33 votes. Voting is about to end here. $35. Any last second voters here? I don't want to be called out for vote fixing, but I do think we have our winner, and that is Colo Pinto with almost 50% of votes, say 44%. Botoleto comes in second place, and then Lawson Danny Rick shares the last place on the podium. Yeah, there's going to be a big update tomorrow. I'll be messing around with that too, for sure. I have to see if I have the enemy to stream it though. Yeah, it looks like we do get a Colapinto here. So we are going to have to mess around with that. While I get started on that, should we... It's going to be the second question. Because now we need to save and I need to export the save. Should we switch Yuki's seat too? Or... are we happy with just that one seat? What are we feeling? Should we do a double switch to make it even more weird / fun? Or are we happy with just that one incident? What are we thinking? I wish you tweak the driver the climb curve. Yeah, that would be nice. Second Colo Pinto, keep Yuki. Seemed like the... Can I move him to Red Bull instead of Paris? That's actually also an interesting one. Do we want to promote Yuki while we're at it? Do we want to give him a bit of a promotion? Advocate with the goated choice. It seems like the choice is to promote Yuki. Okay, so I'm gonna open up the editor here. I'm gonna be messing around a little bit. So we are promoting Yuki. It seems like that is the consensus. The second question that I have then is, who do we sign instead? Give me some names and I'll open up a poll. I know Bodoleto's there. He's number 1. Lawson is going to get a second chance, I guess. 2 more names. Let me know who you want to see. Hajar, third name. That's true. Forgot about him there for a second. So I need a 4th one. Tuukka Tappinen. Latifi Vettel. A lot of names there. I think, unfortunately, Tappinen was first. Behrman I've already messed around with a lot. He does have very, very high growth rate. But let's see here. I need to find the Cola Man. We are just going to go 78 overall on everything. I think that's going to be the play here. And as you can see, his growth too is a little bit subpar, but we're going to maximize that just for hilarity's sake. There we go. I'll give him 78 aggression too while we're at it, just for fun. And also marketability. There we go. We're going to max this to 100. And apparently I did not save it, so that's a little bit of a silly one for me. Remember when I did this to the entire grid, it was painful. Okay, let us hit that little save change. There we are. I think Battle is in database. He is, but I believe he broke my game at one point when I tried to bring him back. Joined in late, Nero. What is the right difficult settings in this account to you? We are trying the basically extra hard here. Cows, the revamp one. Flush. Get the fries. Marketability probably 100 because of Argentinians. Sophie Flush. I've already done something with her, so I think that will have to wait for a different video. But yeah, I think we figured out that we are going to be promoting Sonoda. I'm just gonna have to do this because I need my monitor for a second to make the vote here. Who should take our second seat? Let's see. And also, the second seed is going to get the same treatment. 78 overall. Max growth. Just make it interesting. And here we are. I think I'll have to make these votes probably before stream starts next time. Because this is taking a little bit more time than I expected, but it's still fun. So I don't mind, honestly. But yeah, we'll take a look at this. So for now, it's back to the editor. And Colapinto has been prepped. Now we just need to... The thing is, I haven't actually messed around too much with this editor when it comes to moving stuff around. So I'm kind of a newbie, so I might need some assistance here. Probably under contracts, if I'm correct. Okay, so... what we are going to do here is... find Sonoda. We're going to move him up where Paris is. And I'm going to give you... how do I terminate your contract? Guess we can't terminate the contract, but I can pay him like $1 million, turn him into affiliate, so that should be fine. That should be okay. Still gonna probably suck a little bit. I don't know actually, how do we actually make him a free... No good. There's no good old terminate button. As I've said here, it's been quite... I haven't actually messed around with this too much. Okay, so that is fine. Let's see what we are figuring out on the second poll here. Okay, that's not what I want to show. 1 second. That was my stream page. Let's see, it looks like Lawson is winning at the moment. Or it's actually 50-50 between him and Bortoletto. 41 votes here. Tappanen in a honorable third at the moment. This is pretty close at the moment, I'll be honest. So I think we'll let it run a little bit longer. Dragging to the side? Okay. Let's see here. Can you show the car performance set? I'll do that in a second. Come on, guys. Let's be the first people to start tapping in. Hello, Neto. Moving to list on the left. Just trying to side with your drivers. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, everyone. I love that everyone here is just yelling at me. Tapping in would be funny. Would be, yes. Okay, so basically I drag Paris over here. Okay. Successfully fired Sergio Paris from Pisa. I need that as a screenshot and to send it to Red Bull, honestly. Okay. That looks a little bit better. Let's see. Are we figuring out who we want here? So right now Bortoleto is winning, but it's basically a dead heat. 2% between the two. But I haven't actually played with him, so I would be up for that. And we'll save Tappinen for a different save, I guess. I think we'll allow that to be our decision here. Bortoleto with a win. But yeah, actually we'll have Tappinen show up some other time. Probably mess around with him. I might do some more messing around with the editor later tonight, if I have time. And I promise you, if I do, Tappinen will be on one of those teams. Which one is the worst driver? The lower rated would probably be Tappinen, if I'm not mistaken. At 55 here. He's 17 years old. He's basically young talent. Decent enough growth rate. But yeah, in terms of just pure stats, it would probably be Tappinen. But we are going to go and give Bortoleto a little bit of a boost here. Doesn't actually need to give him too much of a boost. And interestingly enough, we now have basically a South American team. So I didn't expect that. Oh, 478 marketing is probably a little bit overkill. And he almost is there to begin with, so this works out just fine. Let us go ahead here and give him a super license. We do need to do this if you want him to race in your first season. You need to give them that license. And now... what's his first name? Isn't Gabriel? Is he not in the list? Oh, I know what happened. I need to hit this, probably. What is happening here? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, I see what's happening. He's already... he's in this list somewhere. Okay, which team is Bortoleto a affiliate for? Send help. McLaren, okay, thank you. He's actually right there. I'm blind. Confirmed. Okay, how much do we think is an acceptable salary for him? Thank you, everyone. Thank you. He is indeed an affiliate. 50 million? 1 million? I'm thinking more like 5 million myself. The chat gremlin can yell at me. Honestly, I asked him to yell at me, so that is perfectly fine. I accept my punishment for my stupidity. Cool Mill yelling. I was thinking 5 million would be a good start. Like so. And we'll give him a 3-year contract. I don't think we need to give him anything else, though. 1 billion, 150 million. Okay, you guys are causing me pain right now. Yeah, I think 5 mil is a solid starting point, honestly. Okay, next up, I need to find Cola. And do this. Wait, close. We do this. We pull Cola in. We give him the same treatment. That's correct, like so. I think that is acceptable. Do we want to do anything with Danny Rick? Massa on the driver list? I believe a lot of the older drivers are. Like, Felipe Massa is here, but if we check the attributes, all of these older drivers are just 50 overall, or rather all the old legends, not older drivers, if you will, are just given a 50 overall to start off with. So, a lot of them are here, like Latifi is here. I believe Mazepin is also here still. There are a lot of drivers hidden here in the list. Like, we have David Schumacher, we have Michael Schumacher, Ralph, Mick. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of drivers that doesn't show up in game because they have the retired tag. But all of them are in here, which kind of gives me the idea that they potentially did plan to at one point. They're either here just for the stats, like you can add their stats to the teams, things like that, or they're just here for potentially being used later as legendary drivers, some sort of package. I don't know. Can hear the snapping noise. Honestly, I'm fine right now. Is there any info how much we'll get a sub next year? I have no clue. Put Rick in one of the back teams, send him to Williams. Do I know why the marketability can't be modified? I believe I did modify, but we'll check in game. Let's see. Oh yeah, it doesn't say properly, you're right. I guess there's some other things that kind of supersedes that then, potentially. Like, I can't edit the marketability directly. I need to edit the factors that make up marketability. I would assume that is why you can't edit it. But that's not a huge issue. That should be fine. I have so many questions. That's so funny. Won't getting back retired lead to game breaking? The thing is, Kals, some retired drivers that you unretire break the game, some don't. I don't know why. And it seems to be random from save to save. So there's some weird stuff going on there. We need the French grip. Mazepin to Haas. Want this editor break tomorrow at 1.9? I don't think the editor necessarily will break. Depends on exactly how 1.9 changes the base game. But we'll see. ignaciourreta is really good, so you'll probably patch it within a couple of weeks. I wouldn't be too worried. Is that Sam? See? It is Sam. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But yeah, there's a bunch of interesting things you can do here with this editor. Okay, are we ready to get started then? I believe Danny Rick, we wanted to pull him into one of the back markets. Do we want to pull him into stake? Have him take over for show as our last act? That way we'll have two kind of old man teams in Haas and Stake. Or Salba, as it's actually should be called. Mazepin and Mick to Haas. I don't want to give them that pain, unfortunately. Mazepin is also retired, so he could break my save. Kimmy there? Yeah. Kimmy. Both Kimmys are here. We take a quick look. Raikkonen is here. Antonelli is, of course, a affiliate. Leclerc and Ferrari team chair. Colapinto's potential was at 83, I think it was. I've edited Lost It, so I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure the potentially started out was either 83 or 87. Put the Sam into Haas Academy. I'll give you that kindness. But yeah, I'm gonna get started very, very soon here. We'll give him, I guess, 500,000, 600,000. He's lucky I misclicked. That's how contracts work nowadays. Misclick. I'm gonna give Show a 2 million a year affiliate contract, and we're gonna put Danny Rick in there. Oh, never mind. Let's put you over there. We put Danny Rick in here. There we go. guess, I believe it's 8 million he's paid or something around there. 8.8 maybe. Just do it like that. It's going to be interesting to see how that works out. And I am going to give Show, as mentioned, the development seat. But I think that is enough messing around with the editor. I'm going to get this exported now. Something went wrong. Please restart the tool. That's bad. Give me a second here and we'll see if I can fix whatever went wrong. Hopefully. Hopefully I didn't break the save with all my tinkering, because that would be kind of bad. Will the game break? I think I'll be fine. We will see though if the contract change is actually stuck. And looking at it here, it does in fact seem like they did stick. So yeah, looks like everything did stick. It's Show here. No, he didn't stick. But that is the only thing that didn't work as planned, so we'll try that again. Okay, so I'm not allowed to turn him into affiliate apparently, but he'll just have to live with it then. We are going to try this, test this out. I'm not going to mess around with too much of the editor for this game, but we could potentially do something fun, like I'll do a stream to set up a challenge game where we mess around with the teams and everything. That could be fun. But yeah, I think we're kind of ready now to get started testing this difficulty. I didn't give Show a contract length. Yeah. You are probably correct. I do get moved too quickly sometimes. That seemed to have worked. Okay. Huge. Thank you. Thank you for babysitting me. What do I mean testing a new difficulty? Does the editor add new difficulties? Yes, the editor has options here to give basically buffs to AI development and research, and as a result you get a harder difficulty than what hard currently is, which is pretty amazing. So we're currently just testing the what would be extra hard to some degree. Before, all these difficulties were extremely overtuned, but right now they've gone through a little bit of a rebalance. So I'm going to test out the extra hard right now today, and probably release a video sometime next week on kind of all difficulties, what I think you should be playing if you find the game too easy, things like that. But for stream today, we're just going to try and kind of power through a season. We're probably just going to simulate most of the races, and we'll take a look and see exactly how this changes things, so to speak. So yeah, you can change the difficulty here. You can freeze mentality. If you don't like mentality in the game, you can basically freeze it, which just straight up removes it. For this, I'm not going to do it though. You can also force the AI to refurbish, which honestly I'm going to put on because it is pretty good. Basically, the AI sucks at refurbishing. But yeah, with that, I think we are ready to kind of get started. So I just need to move the edited save file back into the save folder. And then we pray that I don't crash. I think we'll be fine, but you never know. Always make a backup when you do these things. You have to edit all the contract detail before moving to drive, or will crash the editor. Okay, that makes sense. Every person before stream starts gets one change they're allowed to make. To be fair, Arthur Leclerc alongside Charlotte Leclerc would be fun. I don't disagree with that. But we've already spent a lot of time messing around here, so I'll keep that for some other time out to you. I might give you that Leclerc change, and I might also pick up Tappanen. So I'll try and remember to next time. Okay, so we now have Colapinto, we now have Bortoletto. Your choices. We gave them 78 overall. Both of them have max growth rates. Bortoletto here has a little bit better stats because he's happy. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how this is gonna pan out. Our staff though is probably not gonna be very happy with this this turn of events. But I don't think that's going to matter much, because to simulate what I've done in the other saves, we're initially going to start hunting new staff. Basically, we are going to be picking up all of these people who has no contract left. As you can see, this is going to be pretty cheap. Now, I could save money by basically renewing the contracts of the staff that I currently have. But I feel like that is very cheap. The fact that I can snatch staff to begin with is kind of stupid. I'm not going to lie. So I'm looking forward to that too. This is also a change that does come with the next, with 1.9. What I'm doing right now is supposedly not going to be viable anymore. It's not going to be possible. Because kind of similar to how you judge as TP, the staff will judge your team. Similarly to how they did it in 22 and 23. And I'm looking forward to that coming back, personally. It's going to make things a lot better. Now, the funny thing here is Colapinto and Bortoletta is going to have a good chance to actually perform well because of this poaching that we're doing. Colapinto really does look like Senna. What rating will Cola and Boda reach by end of season? 82 to 84, 86. That's going to highly depend on how much money I put into the staff facilities here, I think. That should be perfectly fine. Let's see if we can get a good sponsorship negotiation here. Okay, I need money, and I need upfront money. Because we are signing some new people, and honestly, all of these packages are kind of bad. This one is balanced, it's okay, but it's a little money. This one also is terrible. I hate engagement. So we're going to be picking this one. High up front, high race day. Love it. In case you didn't realize this by now, I hate the engagement package because it just feels bad. But this is actually a pretty good one. Almost 30 million up front, 30 million race, 20 million engagement. I can live with that. BRB, my dinner's ready. And show your dinner, Nieto. That's crazy when they both have the same development rate. Well, the development rate is also affected by mentality. So in theory, I don't know if you can actually go over 100, but I guess we'll see if one develops quicker than the other. Because right now, Bortoletta has mentality advantage. And it would be kind of fun to test that too. So we're kind of testing another thing here unintentionally. And that I am very, very okay with. Okay. I am going to be simulating here a lot of this season, as I said. We are a midfield team. I think maybe we'll try, once we get every single part on the car, we'll try a race to see how we do. But I have hopes that you guys are going to finish 10th and 11th, even though, as I mentioned, I'm just going to power him through. It's more of a test of the AI's development capabilities that we're trying this season more so than anything else. So I'm just going to quickly power through. But as I said, probably going to do a race or two once we get a little bit of mentality up. Maybe try and snatch some good points. We'll see. 9th and 17th in terms of quality. Colapinto 1-0 up.
Well, that will definitely be
No points. 1-0 Bortoletto in races. 1-0 Colapinto in quali. That's bad for my financial. Alpine's getting points this season. At least you don't give up. Okay, driver development update. As you can see, this is the best development I've ever seen. Look at all those big green numbers. But yeah, both of them actually improved 1 point. Control for Bortoletto, cornering for Colapinto. So that is not too bad, honestly. Let's see if we can set up a... Sorry, I have hiccups now too. You can set up a decent enough practice program. Again, however you do the start of the season is up to you. I prefer to just get that risk down before I work on time. That wholly comes down to personal preference. Like so. Sergeant points at Miami. Hello there, Impa. I never give up. You should know this by now. To be fair, your perseverance, if I can call it that, did pay off. But now mostly negative. They... I hate this bullshit, because that's literally the best way I can describe this morale bullshit. You have a negative malice for other staff. The other staff are all better than you. I know that you're an up-and-coming big one, but still, it doesn't make sense to me. You're getting your breakthroughs, you hate the staff. At least that's going to be fixed very soon. Honestly, maybe I should go ahead and snatch up a couple of race engineers too while I'm at it, because you can snatch basically anyone you want at the start of the season. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to change tomorrow, because the fact that I can snatch up anyone is, again, very, very silly. Brother, the staff are better than you. Exactly. That's exactly my reaction. Okay, ATR starts today. Good. We have our first stolen member from Red Bull. Let's see if that fixes their mentality a little bit. Can only hope. Look at that. One improvement and now they're down to just one chevron down. Okay, we have money. We have 30 million, which means that I should start building a little bit of buildings here too. The memorabilia, the tool center, the helipad, the three horsemen of mentality, so to speak. And also I'm going to get started on the team hub and the race sim here, because we do have max development drivers, so why not take advantage of it while we still have money. Hello Nienke, how you doing? Nero's rating equal what is rating? Yeah. Find the race engineers? I assume you mean fire. Or find the ones that I had previously, I assume. One thing they definitely need to do in F1 25 is show me the weather and strategy window in the red flag screen. Yes, I would love that. I've been asking for that for years at this point. I know what my issue is. I'm not supporting Alpine enough. I don't think anyone supports Alpine more than you, to be fair. I'm doing good. How are you? Nice to hear. Having a little bit of a headache, but having fun, so I'm doing good as well. You once they had an F2 or F3. They're gonna actually hate me if I bring back the race engineers. That's the funny part. Wearing all my Alpine shirts, I have my cap on. It's flew French because the Alpine bias is crazy. We score first points there. Bortoletto. Colapinto ends up 11th. Well, they're neck and neck, so that's good. Norris takes a win. I think we'll take a check probably once we get to the halfway point of the season to see how the AI is developing. Because they're not getting a huge boost. I think this is basically just enough to keep up with the player. Maybe keep them a little bit ahead. So I'm looking forward to see exactly how this is gonna treat them. But yeah, we can actually take a look here and see. Currently, as you can see, there is... I don't know. Do you have any good engineers? Andrea Tesi Manzini. Okay. '67 rated race engineer. I think he's gonna hate it more if I pick up this race engineer. I'm not gonna lie. Trying F3. And he's also retiring. He didn't like that we snatched his young up-and-coming talent. So that was a instant out. What about you? How are you feeling about things here? David Montaner, Ubeda, and Thomas Leroy. I'm kind of tempted to sign Leroy just based on the name. Let's see. Thomas. 54 rated. He is young though. But yeah, I think we are not going to be doing anything with the race engineers. If anything, we would snatch you know, 90 rated race engineer, snatch GP, snatch Bono. That sort of thing. I think I don't think the race engineers are super important. They're really nice to have. I'm not gonna lie, but I think we can manage without. Getting these 3 is more important. But replacing these guys wouldn't be the worst idea either, and they're really cheap to do so. So should we go all in and also get new race engineers? What are we feeling? Alpine did great in the World Endurance Cup. Is that what it is? Yeah, I think so. I might be wrong. Maybe we'll see something from it. Maybe. Yeah, the patch is coming tomorrow. I used to be an Alpine fan, but now I'm more of an Ocon fan. Yeah. One of the best days of my life, Alpine winning. Yeah, we might change out the... I don't think we need to change out the race engineers. Mainly because if they're enthusiastic, they get such a huge boost. That will be fine anyways. Colapinto has reached 79 now. 3 races into the season, so he's developing. Gonna rush the underflows, get ourselves a little bit of a boost, and we are gonna get started on the front wing. We have our next safety period. Gonna go into the front wing, of course. And the period after this is gonna go into the rear wing. And then the rest is gonna be spent on research. One little nudge there, so we have a little bit to work with. I need to cancel. I need to do this. That way we get it before China. It would be nice to get it before Suzuka. We do have money for that, but honestly, I think upgrading the buildings take precedence over rushing a front wing at the moment. But yeah, mentality is getting on the better side for our drivers. Colapinto won the race to 79. Unfortunate. We're getting some of our first upgrades here, which is going to again help with mentality because, well, we can stack the buildings. And also the memorabilia room brings mentality to begin with. I will approve the investigation of our wind tunnel. Do I play this game on PS5 because I have an autosave error? I do not play it on PS5, I play it on PC. But according to what is said on Discord, I'm good kinda, the console save error is getting fixed with 1.9. So hopefully that will be fixed very, very soon. Hopefully tomorrow. The console should get the update as well. I don't know if it's going to fix the save errors that already happened. But after you update to 1.9, try and give it a go and see if it actually has fixed it. If it hasn't, you shouldn't be getting any more of those autosave errors going forwards, at least. I do my front wing and suspension with full weight to save money on parts. Something I like doing. Nothing wrong with that. But I think the gain in terms of performance is just so insanely outweighs any negatives by spending a little bit extra money on parts. Which is why the weight is so weird, if that makes sense. I feel like durability is just straight up a buff for the player. Okay, so we now have 86 to 87 rated drivers with the mentality being buffed. This is looking good. To be fair, I think I want to play maybe China. I think we'll sim all the way up to China and then we'll play a race then. To try things a little bit different, we'll also take a look at the comparison. But we'll give the AI a little bit of time to develop here because compared to last week's stream, where they got that big boost to their development speed, they don't have that extra development speed in this one. So they do need a little bit of a helping hand. Okay, 3 more days, 6 more days, so we're going to get these parts after the race weekend. That's not a big concern. We do, however, need to put on the new underfloor, and as you can see, we haven't actually been out-developed yet. So the AI is developing in the same pace this time around that we are. And installing these new underfloors on the car hasn't propelled us into stardom just yet. 7th in low, 7th in high speed, 11th in medium, 9th in top speed. So we still have some chance there of scoring some good points. But I do also need to save up money because we're on Red Bull engines and they explode over the course of the year. The suspension is basically useless this year beyond dragging tire preservation. That's true, Alex. Really hope so, because it's my second team career mode. Thank you, bro. Yeah, they should be fixing that, so I think you'll be fine. PC gaming is just a better choice. The main reason why I think PC gaming, like console gaming, is fine to me, it's just it's super like console gaming is more expensive than PC gaming now, because it's very rare that you'll find any sales for any console games. So even if I buy a console that is cheaper than a PC, within a year or two, I'm going to have to spend more money simply because the games are going to cost me potentially 2 to sometimes 3 times as much for PC, because you get less sales, there's less competition. Generally, the price hike on particularly PS5 games in Norway, like the release price compared to Steam is probably $20, sometimes $30 more expensive just because you have a PS5. So I would agree with that. PC gaming is just a better choice, particularly in Norway. It's just more expensive to play on console. It's a nice, easy option, but it's just silly how expensive the games are. Will new patch apply to current saves? I believe most of the things will apply. We'll have to wait for the patch notes tomorrow to see exactly what does or doesn't. Does the AI just have infinite money? No. If you take over another team, they could be in debt, but they don't adhere to the cost cap. They don't have to worry about the cost cap, Sparky. But it's the best engine, I think. Until you get like higher up when you're cooling, probably just a Mercedes engine, because you don't have to spend any extra money on parts. That's decent unless you have a couple of bank crashes. Do things a bit different, but it's fun for me. That is the most important part, Alex. I agree. Like it's a single player game. Play it in the way that is more fun to you. No one needs to always play the meta. The most fun to me though is to push limits, to try and kind of beat the game as hard as I can, which is why I like things like Black Myth Wukong. I haven't had time to play that much lately, but it's amazingly fun to play like Dark Souls type games because they feel more challenging. To me, most of the fun in single player games is in the challenge, which probably makes me a little bit weird. Use console because all my PCs and laptops can handle this game. That is unfortunate. I'm the top comment on Harava's recent video. Congrats, I guess. I haven't played this game in a while. I finished my first season with VCarb and then my save glitched and I was done with it. Yeah, hopefully, again, that should be fixed tomorrow, I hope. Welcome back, Nito. I'm just trying to catch up with chat, but it's moving a little bit too quick for me right now. I'm not gonna lie, which is kind of amazing. I have a mug save with over $1 billion in the bank. Try signing Alonso for season 2 and agreed. Then Aston bought it out to keep him, yeah. Good morning, Zach. Nice to see you around. Am I from Norway? Yes, I am. Probably 25 mil a year with 10 times multiply. Yeah, the AI is kind of silly. I never did, in fact, go back to Star Trek. I played a little bit offline. But basically, it's just me running out of time. Like, work does take up a lot of my my day, so to speak. And I generally just have been so tired this fall that I had to kind of slow down everything at one point. But yeah, I would love to go back to Star Trek. But honestly, if I have to rank it, I probably would go back to Black Myth before I go back to Star Trek. Unfortunately. It was a fun game, though. It's not bad by any means of the imagination. I just don't have time for everything. It's doing an intense upgrade, no ATR, then use normal upgrade, all ATR on the same period. You've done on intense. Good. So basically, with the intense work, is that gives you 1.5 times the gain for 3 times the cost. So if you can afford it, it's nothing negative about doing it, but if you're going to do intense, make sure you run the full development cycle. Don't put any extra engineers, don't rush it. Well, you can't rush it when you're running intense, but don't put any extra engineers on it because gain is daily, and it's perfectly fine to do one intense and then one normal, because the gain from the intense is actually gonna be put on that second normal design. So it's basically the best way to do it. You're not wrong. Norway's a beautiful country. Thank you. Want to enjoy this game, but I couldn't. I really enjoyed my VComp saves. I was pissed I couldn't continue. I understand that. Makes sense. You're from Norway, name every fjord. Please, no. Mercy. Pause Indian top. Maybe I'll start a new save soon. I would at least wait for the tomorrow's patch, to be fair. Tomorrow's patch should be good. I have hopes for it. I have a little bit of worry that they might do the same they did with 1.6, and there's a couple of people who share that worry, that it might break some things too. But I never expect them to do something, how should I put this, something this ambitious this late in the year. So I'm happy with it, even though it might break some things. We'll have to see. If it does, we will find a way to deal with it, like we usually do. Okay, rain in Australia. We might need a couple of new engines after this one. I like the chapter shows up and starts the propaganda. Hopefully never. It drove me kind of insane that last time. The things you guys pulled. Let's put it like that. I don't know how Colapinto pulled this off though. I'm also excited for tomorrow's patch. You can post my mod somewhere if you want. You can post it in my Discord if you want. Have a place there for mods. That's painful. I'm good because dentists in Norway are actually kind of expensive. So that's a bad timing. Simulating race is so worth it. Yeah, sometimes the results just turn out very weird. How's Yuki doing in RB? Not good. He lost 9 positions during this race. He has scored some points though, and got himself a podium in the first 3 races of the season. So not as bad as we maybe thought. Verstappen isn't doing too great either. He only has 2 podiums. The McLarens have definitely benefited the most from this buff. To be fair, we did also snatch some staff, so that probably just did have a bit of an effect. Let bro cook, the Floof master plan. Okay, we're gonna get 1 chassis before we go to Suzuka. We're just gonna make 2 of them normally. That's fine. We're gonna get a couple more designs very, very soon. I'm gonna get started on the Red Wing. We're still 35 days until next ATL period, but I want to get started on it now. It should be perfectly okay to do that, which means we'll be making 3 Red Wing designs, but as I mentioned, it's not a huge problem. Let's do it like that. I'm gonna put an extra engineer on it, and other than that, looks good. Like so. Side pods and suspension are coming in, which will be nice. Gonna upgrade the memorabilia once more. Do you destroy something? Just the front wing. Okay, that is acceptable. I'm Italian, so in my save I took Antonelli from the beginning. That's fair. I started playing Planet Coaster 2 from Frontline. It's fun. I have a couple of friends who play that. I also play a lot of like which are park management games, and they did not have much positive to say about it, unfortunately, at the moment. They have hopes for it, kind of similar to me with F1 Manager. I'm glad you enjoy it, honestly. I was tempted to give it a go as well. Do I think Paris will keep his seat ERL? If not, who do you think will get a seat? I think that completely depends on the Red Bull. Like, the Red Bull master plan is hard to guess at this point, but basically, I can only see 2 ways they're trying to make Paris work. Either they're going to have him help develop the 2026 car. That's basically doing a trade. You can drive for us for the 2025, but you are helping us make the 2026 car. Kind of as a experienced driver aid. Of course, he also brings in a lot of sponsorship money, which honestly I think Red Bull cares more about than anything else. So I don't necessarily think they'll keep him, but at the same time, they might be seeing that he is actually getting the most out of the car that they think any driver can at the moment. Except, you know, picking up one of the big ones. It's just a weird situation because either Paris is absolute shit, or the car is absolute shit, and Max is just a monster. But there's probably some truth to all of these three things at the same time, and that makes it kind of hard to estimate. But I would love to see him try and give Tsunoda, like, get rid of Perez, give Tsunoda the first half year in Red Bull. If that doesn't work out, put Colapinto in there. There's some rumors, you know, we don't know. Just go back to the good old Red Bull where you churn through your juniors to see if you can find another monster. I never sim race because sometimes the air will mess up your engines. Yeah, that's true. Hello, Taurum, welcome. For rearing and high-speed cornering, it does actually have a nice increase. I can take a look at that, Alex. We'll take a look at that once we make the second design. Yeah, we spent probably half an hour messing around in the editor to do some fun things. Like this. I'll give it a chance because Frontier. Yeah, I kind of want to try that too. Hopefully, sometime in the future. Probably going to give them a couple of months to iron out some bugs. When it comes to Planet Coaster 2 Slipstream. Rebel is really weird, yes. You're not wrong. Basically, what we're saying here is Paris is the paid driver. I don't know if he beats Stroll, though. Do you beat Daddy is buying me an F1 team versus my sponsors will give you... What is it? I don't know how much Paris is sponsor bringing in. 60, 70, 80 million? No, is it $30 million? I don't know, but it has to be a huge chunk of money. I wish Red Bull cared about Tsunoda more. They just keep him as a forever V-Cup driver. I think, honestly, Tsunoda is probably a little bit of a lost cause for Red Bull. He has shown that he can be quick. But I think they've already kind of decided that they're not going to give him the chance, even doesn't matter how well he performs. And they just aren't going to change their minds, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, there was a rumor though that Red Bull was planning to try and sneak Colapinto over for like 20 million, which would be insane. How do I think Albon will compare to Sainz next year? I don't know, because Albon is in a weird spot right now. There's no other way to say it. Albon is in a very, very weird spot of... I don't know how I want to describe the Albon situation, because, as I mentioned, he's in a weird spot where he is kind of getting slightly outperformed. Well, not even slightly. He's kind of getting outperformed at the moment by Colapinto. And it just seems like he's kind of letting the pressure get to him. Of course, it could just be a bad run of form. They happen. But it's kind of weird seeing Colapinto get right in there. So either Colapinto is really good, or Albon hasn't really been tested against some proper opposition yet. So it's kind of weird. I think Albon is good, but I don't know what's going on right now with him. It's a little bit weird. So it's just hard to say, honestly. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that it's just a bad situation. Right now, he's probably a little bit, maybe in a bit of a slump. And I want to give him until the first few races, probably first 6, 7 races next season before I would make any sort of solid judgment on that. Because it's just difficult. It's just difficult to say. Which factors is worth decreasing when designing a car part and doesn't affect performance? Depends entirely on the car part. I'm good. Different car parts behave differently. I do have a guide on it on my channel. They're gonna almost lose that in constructor standings, being in third. The thing is, though, I think for Red Bull, Alex, they would happily finish 10th in the constructors if Max somehow won the drivers, because that means more CFD time. Like the only thing they care about is winning the drivers' championship, And if they can add extra CFD time before the big regulation change, I think they would take that deal in a heartbeat. And honestly, I think they would be happy doing that in 25 too. Maybe perform a little bit worse, get more CFD time, have a chance to make the car better at the start of 26. It's a bit of a, again, just a very weird situation, I feel. If I don't win the constructed drive during an ATG, do I have to play the same team until I win it? That's how I play it, at least, Ender. It's up to you if you want to change it up. Considering the fact that Alpine jumped AlphaTauri in the team standings after Brazil, they need to know to score big points. Yeah. If Alpine falters next year, I think Colapinto takes a seat. Could be, but yeah, I want to give Albin a little bit benefit of the doubt because he has done good work at Williams. Fever Dream, Lawrence ditches Lance. Sign Tsunoda at Honda's request. Alonso and Tsunoda cook with Aston with Newey's car. To be fair, there was like a journalistic piece. I don't know who wrote it, which basically stated that Lance doesn't seem like he wants to be here, and that basically the only thing that keeps him in his current seat, or keeps him in his seat currently, is the fear of losing it. Like basically, if he gives it up at this point, he's never getting it back. And I think that might actually have a little bit of truth to it. Because when he was kind of doing okay at the beginning, when he, say, snatched at, what was it, Poland, Turkey? He probably had a lot more hope and confidence. But as the years have gone by, I can see that potentially faltering a little bit. So I don't know. Lance is also in a little bit of a weird spot right now. But you can also say that he is trying. Who else would drive a race with 2 broken wrists? So, I don't know. He too is in kind of a weird spot right now, I think. Colapinto is a car we never thought existed. To be fair, I think a lot of the F2 talents are like that. It's just that they never are given a proper shot. Because a lot of teams want to go with a proven quantity rather than a complete unknown. That's kind of what made Red Bull so fun to watch at one point, was the fact that they just went, here's your chance. You got 5 races to prove it. Okay, next. Like a revolving door of talents at one point. "2025 is going to be weird. Next year, seeing Hamilton and Ferrari, Sainz and Williams, Bortoleto and Hulkenberg and Sauber. Going to be so odd. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. There's going to be so many rookies on the grid. That's going to make things kind of spicy, just that. Look at the 100 growth development here. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Colapinto is slightly out-developing Bortoleto at this point. In every other team, Lance would have been sacked way earlier. Yeah. Podium in Baku 2017. Yes, of course. Lance is probably tired of being the laughingstock of F1. I could see that too. Rookies equal crashes equal safety cars. Yeah, I believe we broke the broke the record this year of like most races without safety cars. That could also just be a side effect of, I'm not gonna say safer cars, but well, not really. Well, they are safer. Basically, better durability, better reliability. That's the word. Antonella's coming in. That's going to be fun too. Universal constant Fernando Alonso. Don't you mean the universal rookie Alonso? I'm curious to see what Alonso can do, honestly. If they do get a good... I would love to see Alonso versus a young up-and-coming rookie. Like an actual F2 winner that shows promise. I don't think it's going to happen though, because Stroll is going to probably hold on to this seat for eternity. Unless basically both of them decide they want to get out of F1. They've caught up to chat spam messages. Please don't. Do I prefer 2 young drivers in my lineup rather than 2 experienced drivers, or 1 young driver, 1 experienced driver? Right now, it doesn't actually matter what you have. The only thing that really matters is stats. for the game. But if I was in F1, I think I would prefer a combination. Maybe not one old and one young, but one younger-ish. It's probably going to be the same philosophy that I have in Football Manager, to be fair, where I sell anyone as soon as they go over 30 years of age. But we'll have to see. Monday's probably going to change that because they can now help with development. Stroll isn't that bad. People just don't like nepotism. I think that's also exactly it, Edward. But you can't. The thing is too, if Stroll does some stupid shit at times, that makes people even more angry and kind of highlights the nepotism even more, which is unfortunate. But yeah, he isn't the worst driver on the grid. That is true, but he's also been there for a while. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead here and give our faster grower a little bit of extra oomph this race.
It won't be long before we get underway here in Japan.
Only hope the Lance falls in love with the hypercar program. Stroll is so indelicate compared to most of the grid. Oof, big oof. Imagine Alonso with a proper age with Newey car. With Alonso's luck, I can see Newey's car start working the second he leaves the team. For me, I prefer two experienced drivers. I wouldn't call Piastri experienced, but if it's 2031, yeah, he would be experienced at that point. What does the term window licker even mean? It's basically a derogatory term for your mental capabilities. That's the most diplomatic way I can say it without you two being mad at me. Who's the worst driver on the grid then? Right now, that's kind of hard to say. I don't know, it's probably Show, honestly. Which kind of is, again, it's kind of hard to say because he's driving an actual, you know, tractor back there. So you can't really judge him too hard. But I would think it is Show, unfortunately for him. Did you listen to Stroll interviews? Sounds like a teenage version of Raikkonen. In my opinion, these Red Bull shenanigans with the second driver is all their fault, and people completely miss the target with their criticism, pointing fingers towards the second driver. You can't really... You have to be mad at the team too, because honestly, it's stupid. It's silly and stupid. They just need to decide what they want to do with that second seat. It's kind of like McLaren deciding that, you know what, we're not going for the championship this year. We're going for the championship. No, we never went for the championship. Kind of that's kind of how they treat their second driver at the moment, and it's weird. I had Norris, and he was the beast at saving his tires. He looks very soft than other drivers on the hards. Yeah, Norris has insane smoothness, which affects that quite a lot. Colapinto had a pretty bad one here. Fell down to 14th. I assume there's some damage involved. I say you had to put... Oh, Alex, when you said that, my mind immediately went to... We're getting double-seated F1 cars? That's something that I would like to see. Just as like a performance show. A two-seater F1 car when one driver controls the like brake, clutch... I don't know, brake, clutch, and accelerator. And the other driver is steering in gears. And just see how far they get. I don't know why, but that just clicked for me. That sounds funny. A double-seater F1 car. Put Stroll and Show in the same car. Show did do okay, yeah, the first couple of years. McLaren had every chance to overturn Max and drivers, but they made too many mistakes. Team standings, they can still win it, but Ferrari on the heels. Yeah. That's kind of... I like this season. It's been kind of fun. But yeah, I feel like if you're an F1 team and you have a chance to... if you have a chance to pull a win, you go all in on it. Even if it costs you like a couple of other positions down the road. You go all in if you have a chance of taking the title. And there's just no way. You have to be cutthroat. It's just that simple. And it feels like McLaren is kind of lacking that at the moment. Which is unfortunate because it would make watching everything a lot more fun if they were that little bit more... I'm about to say team orderly, but yeah, you get the idea. If they were a little bit more cutthroat. Also, particularly, one thing that's probably going to come back to haunt them a little bit is Silverstone and the decision to keep Piastri out for as long as they did. That extra lap. He basically lost a full pit window. But yeah, McLaren, a little bit disappointing. I'm pretty sure they could have taken the Drivers' Championship if they'd just gone all in when they kind of smelt that they had an opportunity. Which team driver do I support? I flip-flop a lot between the teams. I've said this before, but currently I'm pretty big fan of Piastri and I can't have Alonso. I want to see Alonso do good. Coming from a McLaren fan, I think they went for the championship and aren't used to have a winning car anymore. So they made some mistakes and screwed themselves. Yeah, makes sense. Hoping for more of a drive championship fight. Me too. Max wins Vegas, he'll be champion no matter what Lando does. Yeah, I think if Max scores... what is it, 2 points more than... like, if he scores 2 points in Vegas, he's champion, I believe. 2 points more than Norris. So, I think he is safe. He has 3 races and a sprint to outscore Norris by 2 points. Even if it DNFs 2 races, I'm pretty sure he can pull that off. Sanera is saying that Ferrari will finally do it. Yeah, Ferrari might actually get it this year. Unless we get Return of the Drain covers in Vegas and then take out both cars this year. And FIA is just like, nah, that's your fault. Clearly you assaulted the drain cover. Which, honestly, I could see them say. I don't get the fact that they were punished for the drain cover. Like, the track attacked them. And they were punished for it last year. I was really surprised that actually happened. Let's see here. They should have won like 5 more wins this season that they threw away. Maybe not 5, but at least a couple races. Like, I understand that the theory is that the McLaren car is bad at getting away of the line. But it can't just be the car with the stats that Norris has, unfortunately. Being an Alpine fan means I can watch these debates with popcorn in my hands. True. Thoughts on Bottas' return to Merc and show to Ferrari? Honestly, there's nowhere else they can go if they want to be in F1 and longer at this point, so it's okay. I don't know how I feel about Bottas going back to Merc. They didn't really treat him the best way, but we'll have to see. It's not. I don't really have a big opinion either way on that. Wonder how many races McLaren actually had outright fastest car, but yeah, them and Norris have equally not been quite good enough. Yeah. Do I think the 1.9 have to also include some AI to start from the pit lane or just to play? I would assume AI also is going to get hit by that. That's the only thing that makes sense for me. I bet Max will win the Qatar sprint again twice in a row. Let's see. Yeah, Ferrari could overthrow McLaren in team standings. They're not too far behind. Lando has to outscore Max by 3 points to keep it alive, based on win countback. Okay, so I had it the other way around. Thank you, Justin. Max winning in the Qatar sprint again would be funny. Ferrari's just Italian Alpine? Damn. You're gonna have Italians in your door, Floof. To be fair, as Leclerc said too, the car treats tires very differently this year. They might struggle with cold track compared to last year in Vegas. I think it's an upgrade though, because last year the car was just eating those tires. Like Leclerc had no chance to convert anything because the tires were just gone so quick. But I don't know. I would honestly, I think Ferrari is happier with the current situation than they were last year's situation on tires. So I don't think they mind too much. They might be slower getting started, but they can keep going for longer. Yeah, the Carlos penalty was ridiculous. Let's see. I was thinking he had a good chance in Imola in Spain. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up, sorry. The second I look away from chat, you guys just speed off. Like Max Verstappen in the wet. All of you. Yes, we're out of here now. He can't catch us. And I do kind of want to read everyone's message. I feel bad if I miss anything. So if I do, feel free to ask again. But since I'm a Ferrari fan, I hope that this year will be the constructors for us. Well, Floof has this magical power to curse things into existence. So if you ask him nicely, he can probably give you guys that title. Or take it away. Floof works in mysterious ways, and no one quite knows how. So keep that in mind. You might get what you wish for. You might get no title. No one knows yet. And apparently I can't start a new design project, so let's just go to China. I'm gonna get into quali in China. Well, I do need to do practice manually because China is weird. I'm gonna get into the practice in China, then I'm gonna catch up with chat so you actually have something to watch that moves on the screen while I catch up with everyone. But just give me a second. Okay, I do hate the fact that you need to move 1 day forwards from when you get the message that, oh, you can now design things again. But that is more of a pet peeve than anything else. There we are. I just want this to get done quick. Honestly, we don't need that. I think it's better to keep the engineers, but I can remove them later. Basically gonna put them on the rear wing once the rear wing is done. Okay. Next stop. Equip both cars with the new components. And then we'll see where we square up. We'll get the second front wing tomorrow, so we'll put that on the car during the race weekend. Please remind me. But yeah, we're still first in low speed, so I'm curious to see how the AI is going to keep up over the course of this season. They are slowly getting down to 0 kilograms, or did I not say this correctly? Because they're stuck at 7 right now. Could be. No, it's 5. Okay, so they haven't actually fully developed their cars yet. And that is okay. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this stacks up once they fully develop the car, and also how this goes over the course of a full season. Because I can imagine with the current settings that they're going to come back pretty aggressively towards the end. Okay, China, incoming.
We're just getting settled here in Shanghai.
3-car teams like F3 would be interesting. Like, what team would pick who? A 3-car season would kind of be funny as well. I have control of the fabric of the universe. It just goes. I wouldn't call it you have control, Floof. You have wishes over the fabric of the universe. There's very little control involved.
Green light now.
Yeah, sure, we'll use a hard tire. That's fine. Let's keep that on neutral. We will do this. We'll avoid the curb so you don't explode anything. Been a while since I last did practice, I'm not gonna lie, but my confidence changes, and this being a sprint weekend, it's perfectly fine to do at least one while I can keep up. And you guys definitely went ahead and scrolled way down on my chat here, so I'm going to go ahead here and jump down to the bottom, and if you had something you wanted me specifically to see, please repost it. Remember early in the season where Mercedes kind of sucked and McLaren was in an isolated third in constructors? Kind of, honestly. Sometimes moving days, speed can differ. Slows down for me between race weekends, but it speeds up at the beginning of the season or summer break. Yeah.
In temperature.
which was setting for that. It's just basically boils down to how much the game has to simulate between each day. China is a sprint, which is why we're doing practice manually to try and get a acceptable setup. I was trying to run one stop for practice in a sprint weekend till the end. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. This hard, they can be. Generally though, I think I'll be fine around here. Why are teams using FP1 on rookie drivers, bruh? Well, they can, but yeah, sprint weekend is probably not the time to do it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong indeed. Make your choice wisely. Root for McLaren, go McLaren. Root for Ferrari. Kind of want the first Ferrari championship in 16 years to not just be a constructors. Well, the monkey, poor girls, you're not getting a constructors in the next 100 years instead then. Said earlier, McLaren led the team standings on 595, Ferrari 557, Red Bull 544 in third. McLaren has a pretty sizable advantage here in terms of the constructors, yeah. But it could get really, really spicy if, say, Ferrari does well in Vegas and McLaren do not. Because let's face it, right now, Verstappen is actually the third Ferrari driver. To a certain degree. Because Verstappen wants to sabotage Norris at the cost of his own race because that helps him in the long run. And he has no problem being the Minister of Defense for Leclerc, for Sainz, to allow them to run away from him, which is kind of funny. Does running neutral ERS way quicker than harvest, or it does make a difference? I haven't seen any huge differences personally, so I just keep it on neutral. Believe that if you empty and charge your battery over and over, you lose more quicker. But that's kind of how they work in reality. McLaren have won a championship in nearly a quarter of a century. Damn, that's long. Lando has been kind of a bitch this year. What? That's not something I expected to hear today when I started streaming. I'll be perfectly honest. That is not what I expected to get here as like the... I did not have that on my bingo card. But I'm not gonna deny, Lando has seemed a little bit salty. But that's kind of just how things be sometimes. But having it like just in chat like that is insane. Did you know that Leclerc can finish equal points to Verstappen but can't win the championship because Max would win on victories? I didn't know that, but it's always fun to hear trivia like that. Abu Dhabi and Vegas, it's Ferrari car better than Qatar? I could see that being the case. Yeah, Verstappen's going to take everything from Paris. His confidence, his title, like everything at this rate. And it's not really a joke either.
We are still too cold on the front.
The only way that I see Verstappen losing the championship is if he pulls a too aggressive of a move on Norris to the point where the stewards have an excuse to just straight up disqualify him. That would be the only reason. That would be the only way I can see him losing it. Look, what's crazy is I read, and I don't know if it's true, but if RB just ran Max, they would have just lost a position in 2 seasons since he joined. Yeah, he's been scoring the majority of the team points, so not a big shocker. McLaren haven't won in 25 years. Meanwhile, Williams. Poor little Williams. 5 million light years? 5 million years and 5 million light years are exactly the same GP. Is it good to have 2 drive feedback available every practice session? Sorry if I'm talking too much. Talk as much as you want, I don't mind. The way the feedback works is that the feedback is driver specific. So for every track, every driver has their own preferred setups. But those setups are usually within a very small window of each other. So what Bortoledo expects, what prefers, and what Colapinto prefers is going to be very, very close to each other, but just probably a slight tweaking. So we're actually setting up to them individually at the moment. So yeah, it's very good to have feedback with both your drivers because you're trying to set them both up. I want you guys to remember my powers before next time you hit an Alpine. Alpine is going to double DNF next race. I'll make that happen. Like Lando, but his interviews have been trash and petty. He does come off that way, unfortunately. Although, to be fair, it's also been taken out of context. Particularly with the luck comment in Brazil. But even that is a little bit daft because when you have, I think it was like 4 or 5 drivers saying that this is going to be a safety car or a red flag. And then Lando still opposite pit. Then you can't blame anyone but yourself. Even Russell, when he pitted alongside him, or they pitted at the same time, was very critical to why did they actually pull that pit stop. Just a little bit weird. Hi, Nero. Will you be making a video telling which is most realistic difficulty setting for this editor? Yes, I will. I just have to go through some of the settings. Okay. We have a virtual safety car.
Okay, understood. Virtual safety car.
This is unfortunate.
Yeah.
As a Williams fan, the Williams comeback is coming soon. Science is there. He's going to be your second Jesus.
The team there, they all knew what that moment meant.
A lot of people hate Norris nowadays. It's mostly his fault, to be honest. The thing is, when you're an underdog, people will look past a lot of your behaviors just because they kind of want you to... They want you to beat the big ones, the good ones. But Norris has gone from underdog with McLaren this year to actual contender, and then people start immediately to look at you way more critically, and I don't think he has fully grasped that, unfortunately. The last Williams VDC is Villeneuve. You take that back. I take it back, Floof. Mercy. But it's gonna be a lightning start for me on the East Coast. Yeah, it sucks. See you later, I'm good. Russell was begging Mercedes to stay out of Brazil. Yeah. And opposite that, Norris was kind of begging for new tyres. Or like Lando, I think the team is the reason he's upset. And if he explained his frustration calmly, more people would understand and agree. I could see that happening, but also I feel like the team are handling him with baby gloves on. Like, they... Asking for his opinion is fine. But the team should be able to say that. Just say it straight up, say to him, no, we have the full data. We recommend you pit. But every time there is like a radio message between him and his team, it's always a question where he is being put on. He's being given full authority, basically. And that doesn't work too good, particularly. Hello, what is the difficulty this time? And is it the ultra difficult one you tried recently? No, it's the new revamp one, Jasper. We're basically playing with a very minor stat boost. It's basically the readjusted extra hard. I can show probably after the race weekend here what we've actually done if you're very curious. But it's nothing too serious. But I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to play out. Okay, this is good. We're getting there. Still going to send these cars out again if I can, because even though we won't get a full setup, we'll be able to get 1 or 2 ticks, and that is very much enough for me right now. So Noda's going to have a very sad time in the sprint here. His setup is not going to be the best. Why did Drives jumble up? It's the second season. No, I decided that we would have some fun with the editor, moving drivers around for fun. Lando's media training is us, yeah. That's why you have race engineers listen to engineers. I assume you mean race drivers listen to engineers. Yeah, that's actually kind of the point that I'm making, Cows. That the driver never has full info. So if they give so much authority over the decision to the driver, there's bound to be bad decision making in there. I think the only example of, you know, full decision making to a driver not having a lot of bad results is science, funnily enough. But yeah, in general, it just turns to... It's just usually very unfortunate. So far, Gasly's caused 0 damage to the team this year. That's actually an insane stat. Heard of this clown? He just went off on me on Reddit because I wouldn't credit the people who made a mod. You should credit the people, though. I can understand. There's no reason to go off the hinges because of it, though. Gasly's on his way to set a record? It would be, I believe. Oh. Focus, don't jinx him. We have Vegas coming up. The drain covers there, eat cars. Have you not seen?
We take the flag.
I don't care about creating someone to block you on Patreon. Damn. French supremacy. Floof is gonna backfire and take Gasly away from the no deconstruction championship, I guess. That makes sense if you just like showcase a cool mod jacket. But Reddit though is kind of a lawless area where you meet a bunch of interesting / weird people at times.
Welcome everyone. Qualifying.
Okay, let's see if we can get some fixes in here. So, for those of you who are curious, what I'm doing right now would be acceptable in tomorrow's patch as well. Basically, the way that they're changing things around is that if you do quali and then do what I'm doing, then you're gonna get punished for the pit lane start. But you can do this with no problems. So I'm actually really looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie. I think this could work, so let's give this a go. And I did actually figure out where we want that. I think we want to pull you one more that way. Yeah, it's good enough. Let's see what the sprint quality has to offer here.
Fuck is green. Fuck is green.
Yellow flag. See, Floof, this will happen when you praise the Alpines. He didn't even get it into the first corner.
I lost the car in 10.
Well, brigading like that is not acceptable, Jacket, to be fair, so I kind of get where you're coming from there. Rough operation? That would be an amazing name for the straight, though. Just call it Rough Operation straight up. Oh, that would be kind of funny. I did forget to put in the front wing on for Borderletto, I just remembered. He's gonna have a slightly worse car. Yeah, as long as you do it before you go into quali, you're fine. And I believe you can also change it again before the race after the sprint. But I'm a little bit more unsure about that one, exactly. So here's my question. Even if they made a mod and you paid for it, would you give them credit after they block you if you didn't intend to steal or anything like that? Honestly, you both are kind of being assholes to each other, so I don't know who's in the wrong or in the right here. Like, if they do this being an asshole, then just don't advertise this mod. And I don't know. I don't have the full picture. Seems weird. I can't really give you much more insight than that. Sonoda in the drop zone? He is. I think we're safe though, so we're just gonna sit here. Sonoda did crash after all in the practice session. Do we think it's gonna improve? I guess once you go out in SQ1, even after the sprint, you can't change anything, I believe. Makes sense, but I'm just going off the current way the game works because you're allowed to change your setup after sprint. So they might change that up too then. We'll have to see what they do tomorrow with that because I see two conflicting opinions there. I'm an hustle 100% unapologetically. That's fair though, but like if you buy a mod from someone and they're just being an asshole to you after they get your money, then I would just ignore them and get on with my day. To be fair. What Alex said, conserve a light soften in sprint race? We'll have to see. It's going to be highly dependent on our tire preservation, I think. But I think light is going to be our best bet. Conserve, I can see us having heating issues. Let's put it like that. Temperature problems. That's good to hear, your jacket. It seems like you have the issue under control. Did I just send Bodolito out into hell? No, he has a Red Bull in front of him. He'll be fine. It's the correct Red Bull. It's the fast bull. Park Firma reopens after sprint. Yeah, that's what I believed. One car conserved, the other on light. Oh, we have a red flag.
Take a look now. Okay, so heading into turn
Albon is feeling the pressure even in the game now with Colapinto and
well, you can see the lockup,
B-Carb.
but that's just the risk you take.
That's not a red flag though. Oh no. I have found the red flag. I think Sonoda's they had Red Bull outnumbered by now, unfortunately. He might also have a concussion. I was not great.
Watching on in the garage, that really must have been a hard one to take.
Temp issues don't really have an effect in the China sprint race. We can test it out. I just personally prefer to go out first, but I can see the benefit of going out last. Okay, I love this camera angle. We're gonna watch the sprint from this angle because Colapinto's in the floor apparently. Look at that. Cameraman really earning his keep right here. Ah no, it forcefully changed. Oh, Borletta might be in trouble here. It's a second slower. I think if I do this, we'll be able to do one more. To know to get wrecked again? Yeah. Can't compete with YouTubers. Shameless self-promote, that's fair. Not real Frank back in my day, could be a fire, it would only be a yellow flag. Playing China today, 2 drivers crashed in that exact corner. Now there's no rubber on the track? Indeed, but Boleto is still in a little bit of trouble here. So we should have just about enough time here to force him one time around. Barely, I think. Give me manual control. I think we needed like 5 more seconds, which would be very unfortunate for him. But yeah, the camera angle was funny. What did you just do? Paint a Red Bull? You got top 3? Well, it's basically just my development strategy. Can you give Alpine a massive buff? You know what? One day I'm gonna do a stream where I switch Red Bull and Alpine, and I'll play as Red Bull. See how long it takes to catch up. Remember to change his settings? Unfortunately, it was not enough. Could probably have pushed more on the in-lap. Not gonna lie, that was probably my mistake. But that's gonna make for a more interesting sprint, so it's not all bad. I feel like Edward did not like the idea to to buff Alpine. Does the 2 push laps still work? Honestly, it probably will work pretty decently. I haven't tested it out much. I don't think it's going to work in sprint quality because there are just going to be so many cars on track. But I could see the 2 push laps working regular quality now with how they've changed confidence. Will confidence first run immediately start your second? Will probably work on every track where you don't run out of ERS on the first run. Could have used ERS, but honestly, I don't think we would have been able to beat the following lap time. 2 push laps really only work when it's wet. What? There's some tracks it works on, particularly Belgium is good because you don't run out of ERS there. See you later, Nitko. Thanks for dropping by. Just feel guilty because in Crusader Kings. Hey, Jasper. Getting rid of their callings is a Crusader Kings classic. Don't feel bad about that. That's like a calling in Crusader Kings, something that must be done every time. I'm surprised you know who the callings are, Floof.
This is Zillop. This is Zillop.
I reckon in Crusader Kings I'd kill more French soldiers than they have now. Crusader Kings is fun, but it's kind of suffering from the same issue that F1 Manager is that it's kind of too easy to beat the AI. And once you get your family up and running, the game is just... it turns very laggy very quickly. Particularly that game where I think it was close to 5,000 Dynasty members, I kind of gave up. Am I truly alone in the universe? No, you have Alpine to tide you by. Alpine still loves you. Okay, 6th and 12th. I think we can live with that.
We're back.
What is my input on Isakajar maybe getting a Red Bull seat if he wins the F2 championship? Trial by fire, that would be. Would be interesting to see, though. For sure, would be interesting to see. The strategy that was suggested to me was just go full conserve. In terms of pace, they aren't that different, and you do save a lot more tires, so... I don't mind. We can give it a go. Again, the main concern I have here is straight up just temperature, that it goes too cold, and we lose a bunch of time doing that. But I'm up for trying new things. Okay, medium confidence is not good. That opens us up to crashes. But we'll see what we can do here.
Here we go. The sprint in Shanghai.
Can't get past 1140. Makes sense. How's the new update? Update comes tomorrow, Rugen. I'm using a database editor to
Here we go.
buff the AI development a little bit. So I'm doing something a little bit different. Update is tomorrow. It looks good. Looking forward to trying it out. But today I'm just messing around a little bit with the editor. Colapinto puts Piastri basically in the dirt there. So a very, very good start. Needs to be said. Should make a video on Crusader Kings so you're fully similar to back when you started. I'm kind of tempted to make just at least a one-off on the Wandering, well, not Wandering Nobles, but like the Adventurer thing. I think that could be funny. So you could see that in the future. Hello, Nick. I'm doing good. How about you? Messing around with the editor again? Never run soft in sprint unless set a red flag. Well, generally though, you can actually beat the AI pretty handily by just running softs on conserve. And we have a Hamilton. I want to see what happened to him. Turn 1 claims another victim. Running attack with a void curb still viable? On some tracks, yeah.
And clearly they're not what everyone in the garage.
Watch the AI timer, you should get a 20-30% advantage. I would assume so, yes. That's usually what you get. On my recent games of CK3, the French always gets destroyed by someone that later forms the Holy Roman Empire. Ugh. I will admit though, the new like Conqueror feature that you can get with the Scourge of the Gods in CK3, that's kind of hilarious when the AI gets it and just conquers the world. Not Hamilton, I've been rooting for him since he said he would join Ferrari. Same sort of spin Tsunoda did. Yeah, the crashes are pretty similar in this game. It's one of those things that are a little bit unfortunate. But it's also where most of the crashes do happen in the race themselves. Okay, guys, so how funny the first time. We can stop talking about the French downfall now. The French has no power here. Okay. Could we get a Cola podium? As Bodoletto is bullying Stroll a little bit. Ferrari to sign Show as a reserve driver makes sense. Ferrari domination good ball fans. I like to conquer the world in Civ 6. It's fun in a lot of those games, like CK3, Civ 6. They're fun too. I haven't really been able to play them much lately though. Race of Vegas in 2028 season and 12 cars DNF'd. That sounds like 3 points, Zach, which is very, very nice, unless you were one of those 12. Or 2 of those 12. Then it would be a little bit unfortunate. I haven't tried Humankind. A couple of my friends picked it up and then said the multiplayer was horrible, so the consensus was that nah, we ain't gonna bother. But I've heard it's kind of an interesting one. Colapinto versus Verstappen. He takes the takes 3rd place here.
Let's see what happened there. Now this is where the RB driver's involved. The gap opens up for them. And the RB manages to get by.
cars were in lead the whole time, so it was just stress test. Sounds like a decent test though if you were able to avoid crashing. I'm at Vegas in my current season. Should I finish this season's race and wait for DLC tomorrow to start next season? I would suggest that you wait for tomorrow's patch before you start next year. Yes. So you can basically finish off the season, beat Abu Dhabi, go to towards the end of the year, and then just save. And either wait for tomorrow or continue. Up to you, but make a backup of the end of the year save, if you will. Tire wear update. So we currently have about 10% advantage of the cars around us. But we're going to grow to about 20 by the end of this. And we are keeping up somewhat well. I'm kind of tempted to turn Bortoletto up to at least light though. Just because he is struggling to get by Stroll. And I kind of do need to clear him to try and score a couple more points there. If he can get to the McLaren Verstappen train, that would be a very, very nice thing. Secret 3, do you guys prefer to put Viking Invasion on the highest frequency, or do you prefer to be normal? I find that Viking Invasion generally just to be annoying, so I usually put it to a lower frequency. Because it's just an annoyance, more so than it's being difficult. I hope you don't think about sliding the Ferraris or overtaking them. We'll have to see. If they keep the distance, then I won't be able to do anything. But if they don't, well, they can only blame themselves. Gonna go ahead and push Colapinto up to lighter as well. We have a tire advantage. Time to start reeling in those Ferraris, 15% difference. Could probably keep it on conserve and catch up by the end. But I think this is acceptable to do too. I can always become slower to overtake them. Well, the thing is, once we catch up to Ferrari here, Floof and Alex, I'm going to go ahead and turn Colapinto back down to conserve. But running light slightly here just to catch up is acceptable, and we're also going to go ahead and deploy. And now, I think we are okay to tune down again. And with the deployment here, we should be able to catch up to, hopefully, the DRS train. And that should be good. No Russell, no overtaking. Yeah, Colapinto is now running with the Ferraris. And basically, if you can stay within the DRS train, slowing down, taking care of your tires, recharging is very, very much acceptable and a good strategy. So I don't disagree with you guys. Let's put it like that. Okay, I still think we keep Bortoletto on light. I need to try and get by the Williams here. Sorry, not the Williams. The Piastri and the Verstappen. Then we'll take it from there. Took over Williams and abandoned my team in 2027. Every facility was between 0 and 20. After those were at 0 and 9 million in debt after getting sponsor money. Been a fun challenge. Sounds painful, Justin, but I'm glad you enjoy it. You are too close to DRS range? Well, don't worry, Colapinto has now lost DRS range. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened, but I'm assuming I got bullied with 20% ahead in tires. Looks like the master plan is coming together. It also works next time out of Miami. We're probably going to simulate that one, dude. So you would catch while F12 and just run away on conserve. To be fair, we're still not really using much more than we did while we're running conserve here. As you can see, it doesn't change much if I just do this for a couple of laps and then tune them down. I'm going to have to do it for a little bit longer than that. We lost about 2 seconds compared to, sorry, 2% compared to Bortoletto. Yeah, we've actually caught back up, so let's tune down a little bit. Hello, Teeny. What difficult am I testing? The extra hard one. So basically, 0.1%, but I'm probably going to use this save and also going to be setting down probably tonight and testing the other difficulties, and then make an update video sometime next week with suggestions and tips to what you might want to do with the editor. But so far, it looks like you can still beat the AI at least early on. We'll have to see if that remains the case further into the save. You are not getting any overtaking done here.
Keep an eye on the battery.
But yeah, we're testing the newly updated extra hard with a couple of extra additions, so it's actually a custom difficulty. You would have a big advantage with that virtual safety car, that's true. Hello Jasper, have I missed something? Hey, it's not my fault, Colpinter's doing it on his own. He's running conserve, he's recharging the battery. Can't blame me for this. I'm innocent of this crime. Oh no, what a tragedy. Leclerc just got overtaken.
There's the opening. And we've got
Oh no, who could have seen this coming? Whoops, I put Colapinto to full attack. I don't know what happened. Ferrari is quick though, should be able to keep up, yeah? Oh no! Leclerc has been left behind. How could this happen? Okay, Bortoletto, it's your turn to be micromanaged. Oh, virtual safety car. It's not mine though. We're safe.
Virtual safety car. Follow the reference.
Where is Magnussen? Okay, who can find Magnussen? I need to save this. Where has Magnussen gone? He's in the car park? Can we find Magnussen in the car park? I don't think the Haas is this much of a regular station wagon, to be fair. The funny thing is, Jasper, you got your wish here. Someone crashed, but it just wasn't me. Magnus is under the floor. He's in the car park. Quicksand added. Parking lot. Find Waldo F1 edition. Like, where is he, actually? So, the battery is under the floor. He's actually perfectly hidden behind the wall. Oh, there we go. He actually had the invisibility cloak. He was actually just up by the wall, not behind it. That's actually kind of hilarious that he was invisible. That's a funny bug, to be fair.
Right, let's follow the action now.
The Haas camouflage.
Yeah, that's the moment of impact.
Whee!
The car leaving a bit of paint on that barrier. Thankfully, though, they come away from that unharmed.
Americans testing the camouflage. Yeah, it's a new adapted camouflage.
The team back in the garage.
It's how you get overtake stun. If they can't see you, they can't defend. Is he invisible again? No, he's just left. It says he's out, but he's vanished again. So I assume he's back in the garage. Need to give the complimentary Alpine show. That's not been patched either. To be fair, that's honestly something I don't mind too much. It's just funny. I can understand it can destroy someone's immersion, but I wouldn't put that high up on the need to be fixed list. Invisibility after crashing. I run into it very, very rarely as well. But yeah, this virtual safety car is kind of bad for Bortoletto.
VSC ending.
ESC ending. 3 laps to go. We should be fine to just go full send. Starting with a lockup, also a classic. Nice move. We love that. You're just gonna get both of them immediately. Question now is 3 laps, 4 seconds. Can we catch Norris and the Ferraris as well? To cause a little bit more pain for Jasper. You really had to highlight Alpine now of all times. Of course. But look, we'll get a William highlight too. A small one. Poor man locked up. Who's the sister team now? Well, I think we'll be overtaken by the end of the year. Colapinto, to be fair, Colapinto winning the sprint would probably work as like a... it would probably be an acceptable apology for the Alpine slander. Attack with Cola is getting caught. The panic. The panic that Floof is feeling. Ferraris are catching up, come on. I don't think... Oh, they're actually pretty quick. The virtual safety guards definitely helps their tires quite a lot. Go on, Bortoletto. Bully that man. I think Floof... sorry, I think... I was about to say, I think Floof is safe. I think Colapinto is safe. More like it. Okay, looks like we're getting the overtake on Norris. Colapinto should be safe. The only thing that could make this situation funny is if the 2 Ferraris cracked each other out there at the last corner. Cola wins. Ferrari 2-3. Bortoletto takes 4th. I think that is acceptable. Nobody panic, we got this. Crash Cola out now, I demand it. I demand sacrifice. To be fair, I don't know. This is probably a bigger win for you, Floof, than me playing Alpine to some degree. But yeah, this was good. Let's see if we can keep that up in the race itself.
Let's hope the teams took full advantage of practice.
Okay, we can now do a little bit of tweaking. And I mean tweaking the setup. Just so we're on the same page. Honestly, there's not much I can do here. I need to do a big change to rebalance that. That's going to be painful, so let's just go into quali. Never mind, I made a silly mistake. And since I caught myself before I sent the cars out, I'm going to allow this. How dare you give me hope? Now you know how Floof has felt all this time, Jasper. This is how Floof has felt every single time. Did I not make a second front wing? I guess. That's kind of sad. I rushed one, then forgot to make the second one because chat overwhelmed me. That's how it worked. Okay. Now I remember. That's the secret. Whenever something goes wrong, blame chat. That is the solution to all my problems. Okay, let's just do the same thing that we were actually going to do because I forgot to make an extra front wing. And that is somehow worse than Magnus is driving with damages car. That is very unfortunate after his crash. What's the new difficulty? There's been a new difficulty added to database editor. So Mesh, basically the difficulties in the database editor have been rebalanced after I complained that they were probably a little bit overtuned last time. So they've been rebalanced down a little bit. I'll be testing them out over this coming week and basically giving some feedback to give some proper difficulties that will be actually challenging but doable. So they've just been readjusted. We're currently testing the new just extra hard difficulty with a couple of custom additions. But so far it's looking good. I'm kind of curious how it's going to look at the end of the season though. And I'm also going to be testing the other difficulties as well. So it's basically just a rebalance, so not really new. But hey, my clickbait works for once. I feel like this is an acceptable level of quick clickbait to some degree. Bortoletto, new car part? Well, unfortunately I didn't have the new car part. I forgot to make one. At least Ferrari got points and Alpine didn't. Damn. Sucks console doesn't have any of this stuff. Would be fun to try it. Yeah, it would, honestly. I hope they add something similar to the database editor in 25. Let's face it, it's probably not going to happen, but I can still have hope. Okay, 31.5. 31.9.
Stay negative, please.
Are we safe? Boletto is probably safe here, I would think. Ocon a good 1.2 seconds behind Sargent. Albon a full second behind Sargent. This is some next level witchcraft. I'm still gonna gamble that we are safe. Mine and Flu Start kind of made a win there. Yeah, it worked. Custom calendars I would love. That too would be nice. Need custom calendars, historical tracks. There's a lot of fun, interesting stuff that could be added to this game. Tsunoda wins Q1. Okay, we'll be using used tires for the first run at least.
Green light.
And we are just going to speed this up a little bit because I just realized it's getting late-ish and I kind of want to sim through this first season to kind of give you some feedback on if you should try this or not.
Stay negative.
32? Ugh.
Keep warming the brakes in the in lap.
Those are bad times for both of our boys.
Currently P2.
That's not what we like to see.
That's a good lap. Charge on right away, please.
Copy.
Have I considered a flashback review of F1 Manage 22 to see how far the game has come? Could be fun, honestly, to try something like that out. I haven't considered it, but I'll put it in my notepad of ideas. And if I run out of ideas at one point, I'll probably give it a go. To be fair, that book is getting kind of long at this point. And basically time is the main limiting factor, unfortunately, because something like that would take quite a lot of time and effort if I wanted to do it properly. Blame BKK for starting my villain arc. What did BKK do? Now that Floof is my mortal enemy, can you make Alpine even worse, which I know is near impossible? Wow. There's no mercy, no love lost, huh? Do I think that the AI should be improved on how they use the tires, change the tire performance and degradation? I would love to just have tires evolve with the seasons. Like, there's two things that I would want for the longevity of the game, other than making the AI better. And that is, number one, with the big regulation changes, change what is the meta, so to speak. What is the most efficient way to place the sliders on your car? Basically, make it so that one season the underflow is very good at cornering, but with a big regulation change, it might just be very good at top speed and, say, high-speed cornering instead. That way you change kind of how the car behaves. Well, not really how the car behaves, but how the sliders are adjusted. You don't even need to make that a like forcing. Make it so that it's an optional. And I would also like to see tires and track evolutions have more of an effect. Like also have tires change from season to season and how they perform. Because right now, if you figure out the best strategy for a track in one season, it's going to be the best strategy for every season, which is kind of unfortunate. But I would just like more variants. It's going to be hard though, because it would require you to put in more work into the AI. But at the same time, it would definitely up the longevity of the game. I think a save where every car starts at 0%. Everything would be crazy hilarious to see what happens. Could be fun. Jasper's throwing a tantrum because I told him the truth. Custom engine with everything, with a perfect engine. Zero aero, perfect engine. I guess that could be fun. I'm going to give Bortoletto another run here because he is living dangerously at the moment. Should have snuck him up behind the McLaren, that's my fault. Need to make the AI smarter on strategy because I see them two-stop Baku. Race that typically turn into free-for-all because of ranks. To be fair, two-stop at Baku is technically the fastest if you avoid safety cars and red flags. But yeah. There's a lot of weird choices with the AI, particularly how they burn tires so aggressively at the start of races. They don't necessarily need to do that. But I don't know. I think the AI right now is designed to be welcoming to new players. Like, it's supposed to make the new player experience a little bit better. But I would love to see hard AI just be absolutely ruthless with their decisions. Even very hard AI. Like, add a ruthless AI that will make almost perfect decisions every time. Just to make people angry that the AI is cheating. Ah, no. Red Bull. If you killed Bortoletto, I'm gonna be sad. How do you consider making F1 Academy drivers all female team? I think I already did that, but it could be fun to revisit that, probably in 1.9. I did do that at one point. But could definitely be an interesting one. Bortoletto, are you? I assume you're yellow in zone sector 1. You are. You probably lost a second or so behind Verstappen, or the Red Bull. Shouldn't blame Verstappen without knowing. Yeah, no improvement. I'm gonna send Red Bull a very strongly worded letter. Yeah, you can do a one-stop at Baku. Like, it's not a problem, Zach. And if your car can win with the one-stop, you should definitely do that. It's just that two-stop is still incredibly quick around there. Abby Pulling, Chloe Chambers, F1 Academy lineup. Could be fun. I believe that last time I did the female driver academy, it was with random drivers and Flourish, so that could be a way to make it interesting. I do want 2 softs for races. I think I'm just gonna sacrifice a couple of positions and just do 2 runs on 90 degraded softs, and I think that's gonna be okay. I feel like sacrificing a couple of positions for a couple of extra fresh softs is fine. Should I take engine penalties in Austria even if it's raining? If you have to, sure, but generally I wouldn't take penalties at Austria even if it's sunny or raining. It's just a painful place to... Well, to be fair, with rain, you should have an easier time overtaking. Give it a go. It might not be too bad. Hello, armies. How are you doing? Cast tire preservation is very high. Yeah, it works. Who has more points in this save, Ferrari or Alpine, and by how much? And also remind me how much. Who has more championships all time and by how much? The anger. Ugh. Hello, Laura. How you doing?
Follow the reference.
Austria sometimes is a free-for-all too, yeah, you're not wrong. The anger between friends. Science with a lockup. Okay. Apparently, the Flufkas has started affecting the Ferrari here, with Sainz doing a little bit of a spin. He is 23 seconds off the off pole position here. He's gonna get disqualified. I do have the best car by far. I mean, I won the past 4 races by 1 minute. That's hard difficulty. Yeah. Once you know how the game works, hard difficulty isn't really hard, which is why I would like it very hard, where the AI is just absolutely ruthless. But going through a breakup, you're having a full drama-filled breakup here, I see. Crap, he didn't improve. Okay, everyone on an outlap right now.
He's good.
I think Sainz is gonna go beyond us. Piastri, perhaps. Russell instead did it. It's not a bad starting point. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. Ferrari is definitely how scary this save. I'm not gonna lie. Sonoda beat Verstappen. That's becoming more and more common here, which is weird. I lapped every car at Monaco. That's honestly a good, like, checkpoint. Did I lap everyone in Monaco? Yes. I have completed the game. Okay, so. Strategy. This is generally how I like to do it, but that might just be me. But this does generally work pretty well. We can mess around with hards and mediums, however. But even that is not going to be great. But it is, theoretically, slightly faster. But you have more softs to play with here, so this is just better. Hence why we save 2 softs. So we'll go ahead and give this strategy to both of our drivers. Like so. Okay. We're of course going to underfuel too. It's just the easiest way to get something done. And as I mentioned, after this race, we are going to probably just sim the rest of the season. And then we'll do a little bit of a comparison on how this season has gone in terms of AI development compared to previously with the edit and a non-edited save. I think we're ready. Looks good. This is a massive breakup, guys. You're involving all your children now. It's still step 1 of the Alpine master plan. Aggressive, attack medium, then 2 conserve light softs. Yeah, I do like to start softs first though, because you get a free, they've already been preheated, so to speak. Ow! The longer you stay on soft, the better. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. 1 stop and 1 here. I could see that if you have a proper car. Max just barely got away. I can see that happening, Sparky.
Welcome back, everyone. It's almost time for the Chinese Grand
I see a hard tire. And I think I see a second hard tire.
Lights out, and away we go.
Okay.
Your race is now. We leave it to you.
I don't like being on the outside of a 3-car sandwich right now. That sounds like a bad place for Colo to be. We bullied Hamilton a bit, but let us gotten 1 car off the line. But yeah, there's a few hard runners around us. Piastri, Alonso, Verstappen. And then we have the slower cars back here. Also trying their very, very best. But yeah, I'd say that's an acceptable start. Both are, well, one of our cars got a place up. Colapinto retained his position. And now it's just going to be managing while the AI destroys their tires. Cole about to win again? I need some space. Well, at least you guys are having fun. That is the benefit here. Okay, DRS has been enabled. I think we're happy with where we are. Bortoletto moving forwards. Magnussen forgot his cloaking tech after the sprint. The FIA took it away from him.
Follow the ref.
Yes, he won his third championship in crazy fashion in 2027. Safety car came in late, couldn't box him. Sounds fun, Zach, honestly. Cracks in the romance? There's some cracks.
There is a crash.
There is, in fact, a crash.
He was,
Haas having a rough start to the year here.
So look for debris there.
We know you both love each other and you're gonna get back together. I'm not concerned for you guys. Red Bull start with 34 tire preservation. That's basically the Ferrari experience in 2023, to be fair. What engine penalties should I take when I do take them? Basically, if you qualify 10th or around 10th, I'd just say take all of them if you think you're gonna need them, because that way you just get all of them out of the way immediately. That's just how I like to do things. But if you say qualify top 5, maybe do them one at a time. Like, knowing that you two developed code fluke last stream, I'm pretty sure you guys are pretty happy with each other. Bortoletto overtakes Alonso on the restart. Lovely. Up into 9th here. It would be funny if Tsunoda beats the Ferraris, I'm not gonna lie. I will qualify first? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Would I consider eating pot noodles boiled in alcohol? I'm gonna have to say no thank you. In my opinion, pit stops are gonna become less exciting as the game goes on, but the new development system might add some interesting twists to staves. Yeah, that's kind of my take too. Like, the pit stop starts are like, they're good for immersion, they're good for, you know, getting the actual rule set of F1 into the game. But at the same time, they're not going to be a revolutionary or anything like that. It's a nice feature to have, but it's not the super... It's not... How should I put this? It's not something that is going to decide if I like the game or not. But the development, the marketability, and like the driver opportunities, if you will, the driver focuses can definitely make things spicy again in terms of new things to figure out. So I'm looking forward to really, really testing those out. And they could be really, really fun. And also the fact that you are now going to have to change your strategy with staff and drivers, because not everyone will want to join your team, is also going to be rather helpful. Piastri's aiming at his 4th title in my set currently. Max is tied to Hamilton. Schumacher is in 6th. Okay, it looks like we're going to have another title fight then, Zach. See, you guys are reconciling just as I expected. Good on you. But yeah, I think we're happy where we are. Cola is not getting a lot of work done here because he's stuck with Hamilton. But he actually broke free there, so that's kind of already sorted. And now he can start chasing down Verstappen and Russell. So we're actually pretty quick in clean air. The fact that we're taking better care of our tires than everyone around us is probably also due to it. We're taking better care of our softs than the hards are taking care of their hards. Right now, things are looking good. That's kind of a ballsy pass there, Cole. I'm not gonna lie. You were almost on the grass. Not a new development system is coming. I think for either 25 or a new update, they should add more drivers, whether it's more FAs or drivers from FE or IndyCar. It would be good. I think it's the licensing issues for the most part. I would just like to have a proper academy of sorts that I can invest money into in order to get better regens or new gens, depending on the system used. That would be good. I had a title fight every year on my main save. I'll have one main. Honestly, I would love to have a save like that, Zach. What changed? In what way, Kevin? Are you asking about the patch tomorrow or what I've done to this save? Oh, we have another yellow.
Let's take a closer
It's the
look.
Alpine
Let's have a look as we
cameo.
go into the 13th corner.
About the new editor. So the editor has rebalanced
Did leave it very
the
late.
difficulty additions. So basically now the difficulties that you get with the editor were slightly overtuned before. They've been rebalanced, so I'm kind of testing them out. And currently it's giving the AI a very slight development boost on extra hard, but I think it's going to come more into play later on as we go into the season, because Colapinto has every upgrade right now. Yeah, he's kind of similar to the Red Bull right now, but at the same time, we'll have to see how this works. It might be that I've given advice that wasn't the best and it's been tuned slightly too low, but we'll see. I'll need to test every difficulty to kind of get a better picture of what we can expect. But so far it looks very interesting. You can now also do a custom difficulty in the editor where you can choose and pick what you want to have in your save. So I'll take it. I'll go over that again after this race for everyone that's curious. Let's make fun of Nero now. I love that the Alpine just did a cameo the second you said that, Floof. Your curse is insane in that regard. I have a video for the new patch. Pit lane to P1, where every race you start in the pits and win the championship. That could be interesting too, to be fair, Jasper. Nobody noticed that in battles there's no switchback. Yeah, it would be a nice addition, to be fair. Love to have saves like that, but my favoritism to drivers thinks otherwise. Slightly suboptimal. Can we cover up the bottom half of the timing board? You mean like this? Is this what you want, Floof? Is this what you need for your enjoyment? Sonoda did box early. He's currently down in 12th though, so honestly it's not in a bad spot if he can clear Stroll, because then he'll have a lot of free air. So it's not the worst pit I've ever seen from the AI. Like, Sonoda now has 7 seconds of free air up to Hamilton and Piastri, and that is actually not too bad, as we have our first Ferrari victim by Colapinto. But right now, there isn't really much for me to do other than just sit back, relax, and allow our talents here to bring us the points. I wish we had a relationship system between the teams in F1 25, so that transfer would make more sense. For example, RB to Red Bull or Haas to Ferrari to maybe get engine discounts as well for seats. They starting to say with the patch tomorrow. I'm going to have a look at what the patch actually brings, and then I'll make a decision. I'm kind of delaying the next episode of ATG for that too. Should I go into debt to take engine penalties that are not emergencies? I would really not do that, Sparky. The board hates that more than anything. The funny thing is, last week's stream, I played with Red Bull. I scored no points after China. Basically, this was the last race where I scored points. And I survived till the end of the season before I got fired. But the board really hates that, to the point where you might get fired mid-season if you take too much of it. I would really not recommend doing that. Can you just not have a timing board? I don't know if there's a mod for that, but it would be kind of funny. How to change difficulty? Feel easy for the current hard difficulty now. There is a, if you're on PC, there's an editor you can use to change the difficulty by boosting AI development. It's made by ignaciourreta. There should be a link in the description of the stream, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, don't go into depth. Like Alex says, it's the worst thing it's the worst thing you can do in this game. I believe most of the things will apply to current saves, but we'll see.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
Let the Ferrari through? No, we will not let the Ferrari through. But Letter's doing well, considering he's still lacking that amazing front wing of ours. So, I can't complain. Ferrari in the pits.
Let's get ready.
Oh, Ferrari pit error. And also, unsafe release. Get him. That was an unsafe release. Get him in the 10-second. Unsafe release, everyone. To be fair, that kind of screws him because he's going to have to deal with Stroll now, which is dangerous in its own right. But on the flip side, Stroll should pit very soon, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Question now is, do we push to not lose out too much? And I'm kind of tempted to say yes, we do push at this point until we destroy these soft tires. It's running low fuel best. Basically, I test this on a few tracks, Bullet, and you are generally going to be quicker over the course of the full race running basically minimizing fuel before the race starts, and then running on conserve fuel for the entire race. So note it with the lockup up there, classic. Running on conserve fuel for the whole race, then you do say over fuel and pushing, or just running normal and pushing. So it's basically quicker by 5 to 10 seconds, usually. If I can get the people who resurface Brazil to go to Vegas and turn the sprinklers on. Can I try to hold up every car? No, Ferrari said no. With Sainz having that little bit of a poor pit stop issue, I guess you could say. Leclerc is now in the pits. Let's see, can we get a second problem, has hit Ferrari? A second problem has hit Ferrari. The Ferrari slander with Lopitor. Ferrari is slandering themselves at this point, Jasper, and it's just funny to me that whenever someone is a fan of a team in my streams, that team decides to forget how to do things. Should be a mod where instead of managing a team, you can manage FIA. That would kind of be funny, I'm not gonna lie, but that would be probably kind of overkill. No need to push tires, they will destroy tires. Yes, I'm pushing the tires because we're planning to pit within the next 2 or 3 laps, basically. When people have questions, you can say that you have a video for that. Well, it is true, but I can also just answer their question. And honestly, both of them works like that. And if you think for me makes my driver's drive like Max at Mexico when it comes to overtaking, can be hit or miss. How I despise you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Look, I'll get a pit stop issue now for Colapinto to make up for it. Alright, Colapinto will be pitting this lap, he'll have a problem, and then we'll be friends again. But Floof will hate me, so I don't know if that is a good deal. I've not touched Ferrari, Adu, I promise. It's just funny coincidence that happens in this stream, always, and I love it. Ah, it was a clean stop for Colapinto. Clean stop for Bortoletto too. Ferrari could learn something from us. Sainz has about 4 seconds at the moment. We came out basically with Leclerc, so we can take advantage of him. That works. He's also on soft tires, so we can actually abuse him a little bit here. Not a bad stop for us, I'll be honest. I'll just sip my tea in the corner and spread the curse quietly. What instead of being a manager, we were the car? It will be fine. Suppose I should root for Ferrari and Alpine and see how bad it gets. You say that you're sorry, then you slander again? It's because it's funny. It's like people saying loud is funny, but in this case, slandering Ferrari is funny. I can't stop myself. To be fair, Sainz is, I believe, net... No, never mind, Norris is. How bad was Sainz pit stop? Let's see, isn't there a pit stop thingy here? There we go. Not too shabby, I say. To be fair, I shouldn't laugh. We're not that far ahead of them. Norris could be a problem. My ERS is full. Yes, it is. Basically, I just keep it on neutral if it's full. It's not necessarily a big problem. Verstappen picks up a mechanical fault. That is kind of funny. But yeah, it's not a big problem keeping it on neutral. If I turn off the ERS balances, it would be probably better to have it around 70%. But by keeping this on, basically they recharge when they have the opportunity. It'll lose you a little bit of time, but it removes all that annoyingness of micromanaging your ERS. That way I can have full battery for when I catch up to Sainz. It's going to make my life a little bit easier. It's strange not being the laughing stock anymore. How does it feel, Floof? Average Ferrari pit stops. That's two things you can expect in life, and that is Nero slandering Ferrari and Floof spreading the curse. How do you mess up 2 out of 2 pit stops? The Ferrari curse, Adu. Ferrari went and hired a new pit crew. Turned out it was the Sauber crew that was released. To be fair, Floof, the Alpine errors are usually at the perfect time too, to highlight them. And since you mentioned it, look at the lads. They're enjoying life back there. Taking it chill. I don't know why, but I feel like having 100% ERS is a waste. It's a bit of a waste. You're not wrong. And honestly, I might as well do this now. Because Leclerc picked up damage? This day gets better and better. What did Leclerc do? I assume this might be underfloor damage then, because it's not component. But yeah, you're not wrong, because you are recharging some passively throughout the lap. So keeping it at 100 is kind of a waste in that regard. But for me, it's an acceptable waste to not having to micromanage my ERS. My save, Verstappen won the championship in season 2 and 3, and then Piastri has taken the next 6. That's just very nice. Ferrari's on a double podium right now, while Alpine is dead last. There's some friendly fire going on right now. There's some friendly fire going on in chat. At least Danny Rick is doing okay, I guess, in his new painful position. But Leto hasn't been given much love this race because he's been kind of just messing with the Mercedes, which is also funny in its own right. So I can't really say anything about that. Sainz and Leclerc doing a good job catching Norris here, so we'll just run with them. No big problems.
Let's take a look at the replay. Now this is where the RB driver's involved. Can they squeeze by?
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, the Floof curse is basically
To get by.
something that has been coined for Floof because whenever he is enthusiastic and encourages a team, they immediately take that goodwill and turn it into an immense amount of bad luck. And as a Portonero, I encourage you to do the same and see if the curse hits him. Last three, okay, no worries. It's still a good save, Zach. Floof's situation looks hopeless. They surely can't win. Want me to go quicker? Yeah, sure. We can speed this up a little bit. Speed up the pain. Okay, now is where the fun begins. Oh, a second fault has hit the Ferrari team. You can't make this shit up. A second fault has hit Ferrari. Who was giving Ferrari encouragement? Who did it? Fess up? There's a reason why I changed my components before this race weekend, because I kind of saw this coming. Look, my gearbox is fresh, my engine is fresh. You have no power here. Oh, that is actually hilariously timed.
There's a yellow flag now.
Who's the Haas fan?
No, that's not how to do it. And that won't do anything to help those
At least that was just a slight spin. It could have been way worse. Okay, Cola, I have a job for you now, and that job is operationally Ferrari behind. And I give you all of my ERS for this operation. Let's see if you can pull that off. It's the Ferrari B team spinning. Damn, Jason. You just call Haas the Ferrari B team. So what, are you saying that they got hit by accident? Collateral damage? I don't like this stream. That's fine, Jasper. I'm sorry. But it's just too funny. Please, the cash app seems to work well. Hopefully the card won't decline. Card probably will decline when I ordered myself some food after this stream. That's the sad part. That's gonna be my punishment for the crimes that I committed to Ferrari kind. Okay, Bortoletto, you're doing something... You're having a chill race back there because... Again, the front wing is missing. That's just how important that front wing is. There's a good 20 seconds so far, so probably 30, 35 seconds over the course of the race weekend. Which is kind of insane. It would be a shame if the Ferraris had a double DNF here. Let's get a double McLaren DNF for Ferrari Pain. Do I mind backing up Lando? I don't want the floof curse to happen to me again. Well, Lando, I think Lando has learned because he's definitely been pulling away these last couple of laps. He did half a second quicker on that previous one. He does not want to get anywhere close to me at the moment. One day I will have to answer for my streams. But it is not this day. Clearly. I do love that though. One day you'll have to answer for the crimes that you've committed in your streams. Challenge the curse. This is how to do it. To decide. Oh, Who's...
So
Yes!
this is what happened. Now here they were taking turn 14. And that's the moment they lose it. Not a mistake they'll want to make again.
Sainz pulled a spin and allowed Bortoleto to catch up a little bit to the Verstappen. What a move. At least it looks like he had a clean pit stop this time around. Did he come out on mediums? Or is that... Yeah, that's mediums. It should be mediums. Mediums till the end then. Who's irresponsible for that spin? Of course they know I know foreign friendly, yeah, but they don't like bullshit, so you might be in trouble if you try something. Every time I stick my T Ferrari implode, clearly the only answer to this then is you need to shut your T. Why is...
Oh dear, that's...
Did I just get overtaken by an Alpine? Did Gasly just unlap himself? How dare he? Absolutely diabolical. That's going to be the only good moment that we get from Floof this stream. The unlapping. Get out of the way, Gasly. Okay, get this, man. He's ignoring the blues. Finally, and Colapinto gets Norris in the same move.
Right, we're at turn 14 here. The
Jasper has
opportunity's
officially
ready
rage
to
quit.
be taken. And we've got a new race leader.
You wouldn't happen to teach law to your 5-year-olds, would you? No, unfortunately not. Go on, Gasly, hold up the Red Bull. You failed me. I think we pit. I think we pit onto the soft air. I think that would be okay. And then we just coast to victory. How long is the pit stop around here? 25 seconds. But let him... Should come out and actually a very nice piece of free air here behind Piastri. Alonso Tsunoda both need to pit, so they're going to end up behind, but we need to overtake the rest. Landon Oris, you just cost me like 2 seconds. A little bit of repayment, I guess, from one of the earlier streams. Gasly's helping, you know. Oh, I have 2 Alpines behind me again. This is horrifying. Look at that, they're actually attacking too. This right here is Floof's wet dream if it wasn't for the fact the Alpines were lapped. 2 Alpines and Colapinto fighting it, duking it out. We have another yellow flag. Who's the victim this time? Ferrari, Ferrari, Ferrari. No, it's Brick. No, I can't be happy about that.
Okay. Alrighty.
Welcome back, kinda. Does anyone know out of cockpit my sepal CLP da? It's basically lawyers, is what that's called in Norwegian. The lawyer firm. So fishing for Ferrari to fail? We have another Ferrari man back. Nice. Oh, Norris, bye-bye. Okay, I'm having a little bit too much fun with this race. This should be illegal. And the worst part is the game is just giving me freebie after freebie to make this happen. I love it. Guess who just took another sip of their tea? Well, you're kind of living dangerously because Leclerc could lock up and kill Norris with that sip. Which would be hilarious because Leclerc very rarely does mistakes. Oh, Norris almost locked up there and took out me, which would have been worse. Okay, Cole, I'm going to give you full authorization over your DRS here because I want you to overtake Tsunoda and use him as a shield because he has very, very bad tires. Not the best place to pull an overtake, I'll be fair, but that works. Deploy. Create a little bit of a bigger gap. You can still be a useful shield. Oh. 3 wide in the corner. Tsunoda, your job is now to lock up on those very, very bad tires of yours. That is your duty. I don't think we're getting away from Norris, unfortunately. But we did get away from Leclerc, so that works. I'll take that. Bortoleto is kind of a no man's land. There's nothing I really can do to help him. Nothing he can really do to help himself. 10 seconds ahead, 10 seconds behind. He's just having a nice little Sunday drive. Is there a way to reverse sip the tea? Let the tea sip you? Damn. Surely you'll eventually jinx yourself with all this thunder. You would think so. I do. You would think so. I would think so too, but so far it's looking really, really good. Oh yes. Perfect. A Verstappen barrier. Verstappen doing his job beautifully there. To block the incoming McLaren. But unfortunately, I don't think we have enough of a tire difference yet. Yeah, they're pretty similar to get away. And with Norris, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Bortoleto now ahead of both Red Bulls. F1 worried that Bortoleto dominance could bore fans. The overtaking on this game and the blocking in qualifying is annoying, but it's better than previous games. Yeah, it is for sure. I believe in karma and it will get you. I hope not. That's going to be a very, very bad day when it catches up to me. Sure hope they don't send you a notice. Yeah. The A team helping the B team. How am I about to win this race was something I missed that gave you luck. Well, both the Ferraris have issues at the moment. Sainz has pulled a bit of a spin, which slowed him down even further. They've had pit stop errors, so the Ferraris have not had a good weekend, let's just put it like that. Drop cola to conserve, build tire wear advantage. Honestly, not a bad shout. We can also put him to balance now, and the same for Bortoleto. As Norris, that's fastest lap. I think for now we can just kind of take it a little bit slower here. Bortoleto has been caught by Verstappen, but with that we can actually kind of do the same that we're doing with... never mind, Verstappen is pushing like a madman. He immediately got 2 seconds there. Bottas with a mechanical fault now. Adding to the pain. This was Ferrari's race to win and they're thrown the other way massively. That's kind of how AI acts in this game a lot of the time. I would like to ask you to make everyone but Ferrari and Alpine's tire presentation as smooth as that at 0. To repeat that, race where only 6 cars started. This game is realistic. Ferrari has a bad race. Damn. There's literally no mercy for anything from any of you. The fact that Colapinto overtakes while running conserve is worrisome. Oh, another yellow. Who's it this time? It's Tsunoda!
Take a look now. Now look, here we head into turn 2. And then the car just goes. And I wonder, could they have...
That's a quick recovery, though.
About that?
Hello, Grand Tour. Welcome. Currently, we are just messing around with the difficulty settings, so to speak, on the editor. And so far, it's been quite fun. Blue, you should really sip your tea before it gets cold. Am I looking forward to 1.9? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to testing it out, see how everything works. I would be very happy with that. Tsunoda has crashed out twice this weekend already, so we could have a third crash to hit to Tsunoda very soon. 10 laps to go here. Oh. That's a problem right there.
We need temperature on the front.
We're a little bit too far behind here for DRS. That's not what we like to see. I think Norris might have just bullied us a little bit. Okay, we're getting close to the end here. Close to the finish. I need to sit up properly. I've been sliding further and further down in the chair. I think we're still good. The question is still going to be, can Bortoleto close down to Verstappen and Piastri? And then potentially Sainz. Currently, Norris is being very annoying with how he re-overtakes us. I'm not going to lie. Timer update. We have about 10%, 12% on Norris. Bortoleto has 4% on Verstappen, about 15% on Piastri. So this could get a little bit spicy. We'll have to see. Keep warm tires for Tsunoda. Well, Tsunoda's doing his own thing. Let's just put it like that. He's in Red Bull. We did a little bit of also moving of drivers for this save. Can you ask Cola to take out Lando for Ferrari's sake? Well, Cola just decided that he was done with Lando and said, "Nah, I'm leaving you behind." He's almost 2 seconds up right now. And gaining. So I think that one is a done deal at this point. To be fair, Colapinto, running cold tires right now is perfectly acceptable because we're not losing enough pace to Norris that it makes sense, makes a difference. We have a tire advantage, and with these two factors, it's actually perfectly okay to run a little bit undercooled. If we see him starting to gain on us, we just go more aggressive on the tires, and then it's no longer a problem. Can you make a guide on how to get Ferrari to win his 30th Constructors' Championship? I could do that as a joke, yes. Maybe on one of the harder difficulties to make it more fun. All these lockers and spins, and he's still close to max than what Paris did in real life. Oh, that is funny in a bad way. Okay. We're going to use a little bit of energy here to see if we can catch Verstappen and Piastri. 5 laps to go, though. I think we can go more... I think on the next lap we go full attack, too. To try and chase down the... Try and chase down Sainz, Verstappen, and Piastri. We go all in on the gamble. Yellow flag, who's it this time? Sergeant. Is this his first showing?
Heading down the straight. And the car fails to respond. And they'll need to be mindful of the effect that had on the tyres.
How I noticed Yuki's still so close to max. I don't know, he's doing good, honestly. I think Verstappen is just a bit slower on this one. I think that makes more sense than Tsunoda necessarily being fast, which is funny. Verstappen overtakes Sainz. Ferrari fans' pains continues. Now Verstappen will close down to 7 seconds in 3 laps. In an effort that leaves Ferrari fans in shambles. We might be destroying these tires a little bit too quick. Let's turn them back down standard, cool them down a little bit. We'll get the RS down here anyways. Use deploy to catch Verstappen. Sainz falls down to 6th place. Oh, it is possible. Verstappen gained how much in that last lap? 2 seconds. Look at Bortoletto's time. Look at Leclerc's time. I have the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now. Should do a stream on April 1st where you reverse all cars' performance. Could be funnier. Sergeant champion. That would be painful, honestly. The moment you say that Leclerc gets a fault. Oh, I just half-slanted Max and now he's going to pass lines. There is a Logan lockup. No stop. Leclerc podium. Well, we'll have to see what Leclerc can do here. Bortoletto is coming for you. 5 seconds, 3 laps. Okay, that is going down incredibly quick. What problem has Leclerc picked up? Oh, he's picked up a gearbox issue now too. Remember, he picked up damage to a component earlier? He actually has 2 pieces damage right now. Oh, you poor summer child, Leclerc. That Ferrari reliability strikes again. Let us have this one podium. There will be no mercy now. Bortoletto is smelling blood. I took a sip of my tea. You should take another sip, Wolf. It's funny. Do the fast lap on Colapinto? We can definitely try. Although he might crash, but that would be funny in its own right. Not gonna lie. That would be kind of hilarious. I need to get within DRS before my tires explode. Final lap with Colapinto. We're almost within that DRS range. The battery has been used up. The tires are gone. The Ferrari just barely survives. Ferrari has a little bit more tire to go on than we do, which is probably what saved him here. Go, 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 hunt him. Colapinto, how are you doing? Are you setting fastest lap? You have 1 purple.
Okay, keep an eye on your battery.
Understood.
We do not get fastest lap. Verstappen still has it. And Bortoletto, unfortunately, is not going to catch Leclerc here. Is he going to finish, though? The fault just escalated in the final corner.
Fail, 8-4, fail, fail, 84, fail.
Quiet, big vibration.
Okay, that just sounded funny. Stop encouraging Floof. Well, 1st and 4th is acceptable.
Take the flag.
Did I say 30 to 35? Yeah. Good showing from Bortoletto. If Colapinto pushed, he probably would have gotten a 5 to 10 seconds on him, so...
Very much.
Yeah, that front wing is very important.
Race was very strong. And when you stop P1, wait for the dash on P0.
What happened? I left for an hour and you're winning an RB? Well, we are playing just the new rebalanced extra hard difficulty, so it kind of makes sense. We're going to suffer more towards the end of the season, I think. So Leclerc survived, he got his podium. The Ferrari fans are singing praises. The car is about to explode. Leclerc has been announced driver of the day by chat. But yeah, the Leclerc radio message that was actually kind of insane. We got close though. Like, look how close we were to. If we had a little bit more oomph, we probably would have caught him. But Norris is leading the championship pretty drastically here, so Verstappen has definitely had a bit of a collapse. We'll have to see. Probably a weight-related issue, I would think, because every car hasn't shed the maximum weight yet, so they still have a little bit of performance to go on. Ferrari's second in the championship, should keep the Ferrari fans happy. But yeah, we scored 50 points this weekend. I think we can be happy about that. But yeah, I'm going to be simulating most of the remaining of the season. We'll go to the summer break, and then we'll take a look at the difference in development. That's the word. At least his tires didn't explode. Yeah, that's good. I need a sabbatical. I cursed Norris, and he went from 7 seconds ahead to 7 seconds down. That's the life of a crucifier, I guess. Okay, Colapinto has hit 80. I remember both of our drivers actually have the exact same development rate, so that's a little bit interesting. Okay, let's get a... I don't need an extra underfloor right now. I need an extra side... I actually have an extra side pod. Okay, need an extra chassis then. Let's take a look at what we're doing. Rearing front wing chassis. I do need to make the second edition underfloor, so actually I should manufacture another one because we haven't actually started that yet. Let's get that sorted, like so. And with that, we can head to Miami. And we'll see if McLaren keeps this run going. Same for Ferrari. And if Red Bull can do any sort of recovery. Because Verstappen has had a really, really bad start to the year. Cheers, Flood. Le Flood. Run it. Dread from it. The flood always arrives. That's a joke in poor taste, but I just couldn't resist when you could call flood. Norris is very, very good at saving tires. Finish my T on last lap and Leclerc's false worsens. Yeah, you should have chugged it when I told you. Leclerc wouldn't have finished the race if you did. Okay, tour center's getting upgraded. Very good. Helipad, everything is looking very, very nice at the moment. No research? Yeah, I'm not going to start researching just yet. Because I still need to develop the car a little bit to ensure that we keep up with the rest. So, there we go. Our driver, Bortoleto, has also been upgraded now to 80. So, whoever bet they were going to get to like 85, 86, you might not be far off. Chassis design completed, sidepod design completed, and we're not going to be making the chassis or the sidepod just yet. It's, as I mentioned, part of a longer project where we do 3, 4, 5 of these, and then we make a final edition once we have all the boosts gathered up, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. I'm also going to go ahead here and make that second underfloor that I kind of forgot about, and as you can see, this would be a pretty sizable boost. So let's go ahead and get that made. I'm just going to do it normally. That's fine. We still need to wait for the railing hit to finish in 4 days, so we're not getting it before Miami, unfortunately, but that is fine. It is what it is. Sometimes we have incidents that slow things down. Okay, front wing has been manufactured. I need that slot after the weekend, so let's just make another suspension. And let's also make another sidepod, because that's done tomorrow. Yeah, that should be fine then. Okay. Driver development update. This is what we want to see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points for Colapinto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points for Bortoleto. So they do actually develop at somewhat the same rates, which is what you'd expect when they have the same growth rating. But the performance could potentially have a bit of an effect. So we're not really seeing that just now. Let's see, this is acceptable, but I would like a little bit lower to be on the safe side. Like so. I'm being very lazy here with the pit crew training, but There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but you'll definitely have better results if you craft it perfectly yourself. Race is going to Miami. Lando's going to win. Hello, David. How you doing? Speed up the rail wing by a day. I think we'll be fine. We won't be able... I'm not going to emergency manufacture them anyways, and we now have the science center shut down for 9 days. Perfect. I love it. I am going to give Bortoletta, though, the new wing, so that'll be good. What makes a car good in wet weather, or is it just the same performance or drivers in the game? 30 air cornering actually has a huge effect on wet weather racing, but because there's so few wet races, I'd rather sacrifice my performance in the wet to ensure that I have good performance in the dry, if that makes sense. So if you're making a car for specifically wet weather, you have no need of DRS, so get rid of that. Top speed is going to be huge. Cornering is going to be important to get close enough to use that top speed to overtake, and dirty air is going to be very nice for following. So basically, top speed, dirty air, cornering is what makes the car good in the wet. DRS is useless, so kind of how that works out. Okay, so I need to remember to give you a new front wing, like so. Now you have identical cars. Let's see what the Sprint has to offer. Oh no, what happened? Basically, the Ferrari fans had a struggle. Let's just put it like that. Request you to upgrade the weather center for me after all that trauma you put me through. What trauma did I put you through? I'm innocent of this crime. Nice to hear, David. I'm doing good. A little bit of a headache, but I'll survive. I'm also looking forward to the update.
Now it's time to see who come out.
The overall ranking is very inaccurate. Yes, you're not wrong. Wait, how did we actually do in the sprint? Bortoletta scored points. Franco ended 14th. Magnussen with a DNF. Is that also his like third in 2 race weekends? It is, isn't it? Because he had the invisibility trick, then he had another crash, and that now he's DNF during the sprint. That's unfortunate for him. Miami, I'm beating the curse. Lando is winning either sprint race or the race. I don't remember who won the sprint race, honestly. I was more focused on our results. It was the Ferrari that took the sprint. Let's see if he can take the race. It is going to be a wet one. I would kind of like to play this one, but again, time is an issue. I want to get through the season by the end of the stream. So I do need to speed things up a little bit.
And that really was.
I hate that simulating practice to choose random tires to use. They sometimes use 2 sets of mediums, so I prefer to only use 1. Yeah, I would love actually to have a setting in practice where you can choose what they are going to be using during the practice sessions. Hopefully that laughter is helping your headache. It's more negative, but thank you for... I think the headache is your curse to me, I guess. Verstappen sucks in his same. I don't like it. It's weird. I did kidnap a staff member and I did kidnap Perez. If that had an effect on Verstappen's mentality that is this huge, that would kind of be insane. Sprint win for Ferrari, race win for Ferrari. Leclerc is catching up. We won Miami too. Let's go, Mamma Mia. Synodium, yeah, Sonoda second. Bottas scored points. Traditions. Oh, Ocon 11th in the rain. Secondary traditions. Did Lando crash? No, we crashed. Sainz in 17. You win some, you lose some. For every team right here. I would assume Lando has picked up some sort of damage because he's lost 8 positions. Same here with Sainz. I would assume it's component damage that causes these weird situations. But yeah, I'm curious now. How much damage has Bortoletta picked up? I think it was him that crashed. Bottas does some insane stuff from time to time, Jason, in this game, particularly when you sim. My driver DNF'd. It's not a big deal. It happens. Okay, you destroy your chassis, your rear wing, and your underfloor. I assume you destroyed your gearbox? How did you pull this off? How did you destroy those 3 things but not your gearbox? That's a Christmas miracle right there. Oh. I need another underfloor. But we have time to manufacture one, so no biggie. We also have a slot available to manufacture the underfloor, so definitely no problemo. And because of the problem that we have, we're getting the... We can actually get the rear wing also set up for Imola. I just need to make sure that I have a slot ready in 7 days, and that's going to be easy. So, looks good. We are currently doing very well for ourselves. Probably a Ferrari strategy in the wet. Yeah, Bottas is in fact inevitable in some races. You are absolutely correct in that statement. Let's see. Let's just make another chassis, I think. That's the one we're most behind on, like that. And we'll keep one slot open for when we get the rear wing. We'll rush a couple. And that should give us a good result in Italy. You sure it's okay? Look at that damage. I know that before I simulated, we had 41% on that suspension, which means I didn't actually pick up any damage during the crash. So it should be fine. Oh no, how could Bortoletta destroy everything? What a shame. Lando will win. If I say Lando will win each race, will the curse end? Probably not. Hello Aaron, how you doing? This one thing I really hate about this game, all this clicking is useless. It does get tedious, you're not wrong. What did I do with the editor and which customs? Yes, I did forget about that. We might as well take a quick look. Let me fire up the editor quickly here, and for those of you who have joined a little bit late, I'll show you exactly what we've done, kind of what the editor has rebalanced. It'll take a couple of minutes here, but that is acceptable by me. I hope everyone can accept that too. You're not actually changing it, adjusting anything, you're just constantly flipping parts. You could easily have a way different interface. I would love to have like automation of parts manufacturing. That would be nice. Yeah, I can understand what you're writing, Jesper. It's proper Norwegian. Rear wing needs drag, DRS, medium and high speed cornering on it with ATR. Well, we'll take a look at that in a second, Alex. So I got my save up here. Let us take a quick look. We can also maybe take a look where the AI is, which would be good. But yeah, here we are. So this is the save settings I'm currently testing out more so. But basically, let's just go over this quickly. So all of this has been rebalanced. Basically, the stat boost 0.48, basically 0.5 was the extra hard difficulty before. But everything has been rebalanced in a way. So you can now kind of set up your own difficulty. We are currently testing basically the extra hard one with a couple of additions. And if you click this now in the editor, you get every difficulty, well, every option popping up. And as you click through them, you can set up the difficulty that you want for yourself. In my case, this is what I've done, which is ultra lightweight parts, which means the AI is using 0 kilogram parts when they design. We give them a small research boost, a stat boost of 0.1%, which basically means every time they do a project, they get an extra 0.1% expertise on top of that, which might sound very little, but as they get higher and higher up, it's going to be more and more valuable. And every team now has a factory level 4. So that's basically what I've done with the editor. But you can kind of toggle this around as you want. If you want the AI to be boosted more, that's fine. If you want them to have a bigger research boost, that's fine. But currently I'm in the testing phase. So we start with the easier one, and I'll be having probably get a video out on this sometime next week, because as you can see, there's quite a few different settings here that needs to be tested to find a good balance. So it's looking very, very good. Does Planet F1 provide reliable articles? At times, yeah. Ferrari dominance give both fans. I wish this was on console. Unfortunately, I have to stick with the Dell-based game calendar. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Now, in terms of performance here, I do need to export my save if we want to take a look at that. So give me a second here. Actually, we'll do that once we actually get to Great Britain, because I can't be bothered right now. I'll be perfectly honest. It's basically the save that we had at the start of the season that we just took a look at. Is this seeming realistic or still easy? Right now it's a little bit easy, Cows, I'm not gonna lie, but I think as we get a little bit up there, second season, the AI is probably going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And they're going to be a little bit friendlier the lower you are on expertise levels. But the higher and higher you get up on expertise, the more challenging the AI is going to become. So I'm going to have a look at it. We might be better to go 0.50 and 0.2. But right now, we're doing okay. We've also edited our drivers here, so that also is having a bit of an effect. But full place right now is looking good. So I don't know, if I manually play these races, we could probably have, I won't say double, but probably over 300, not 300, probably over 3-digit, over 100 points. So yeah, I think we would do a little bit better if I did that. But I'll have a video cast out sometime, hopefully next week, where I can kind of go over everything, and we'll see if we can figure out something to make the game more realistic. Think about getting a PC just for 2 games. You'll probably end up playing more than just 2 games on that PC. I would really recommend anyone to get a PC over a console right now, unfortunately. Nice. Can you please stop shit talking? I hope that if I talk your mother's language, you will understand. I was close, Jasper, at least. Game's really lagging PS4. I can see that happening. Hello, Waltz. How you doing? Hello, you cheeky sausage. I'm trying to catch up. It's taking a while, as you can see. I'm a little bit behind on the chat. To make AI competitive? Yeah, I'm testing it. We'll figure that out. Checked into your Steam profile. How's it going? It's going good. We're having fun. Just messing around with the editor right now to try and add a little bit of a boost to the AI. And so far, I might have asked the creator of the editor to nerf them a little bit too much, but I think we'll see after the end of the season, because I think that this extra hard setting is going to kind of start shining in the second season. But I'll be having a look at the actual development of the AI probably around the mid-season mark. But the easiest way you can kind of tell how things are going is that we start with RB. We're still where we started, kind of. We're still 7 low speed, 11 medium, 11 high speed. I'm using my sliders that are kind of meta-ish. I assume there's some out there that would be better. But even then, we aren't really dominating anything. Look at the Red Bull compared to our car. We should not have beaten Red Bull last race is what I'm seeing. Like, look at this. The fact that I beat Red Bull last race is actually kind of bullshitty. Same here with McLaren. Look at this. How did Ferrari not beat me? To be fair, we might actually reach that point again in the save where the AI has gotten every part upgraded already. So I might have been a little bit happy up to this point, and now I'm going to become very, very sad very, very quick. We'll see. It could be really, really interesting. It's better to go for sponsored upfront engagement race target. I prioritize upfront then race target. They're kind of equal actually, and engagement is my least prioritized. It's an ultra lightweight pass enough to make the AI competitive. It basically just removes the durability aspect, so it does make them more competitive, but I like to have the AI have a slight edge even so. But that is a really, really good start. It does kind of work out, yes. A word of warning, Walls, don't show support for anything or you'll be harshly punished. Basically, everyone was supporting Ferrari last race, and they picked up spins, damage, slow pit stops, everything under the sun except for the DNF. Although it looks like they try with a major fault on the last lap. I'm immune for punishment. I hope you're... I have hopes for you, Walls, but so far no one has proven immune for punishment while I've been streaming, and that's kind of makes things even more hilarious to me. But I wish you luck with that. How did your streams go this weekend? It's kind of busy, so I didn't actually have a chance to drop in. I was having a little bit of a look, but I couldn't watch for too long. Mentality OP, yeah. We might need to also disable that. Did my Norwegian Google Translate not convince you to stop slandering Ferrari? Never. That's what I'm testing, and Red Bull is kicking my ass? Yeah, I would assume that. Every time I switch teams, the facilities are always low narrow. Yeah, the AI doesn't really do a lot of the refurbishing, David. The editor does kind of have a toggle to fix that. So I would recommend, if you can use the editor, to just hit that toggle. But yeah, we're going to get the rear wing made, and let's see here what we can actually put together. Only Friday night, couple of funny races. Dog T-boning Norris out of the race was a highlight. I missed that. That makes me sad, honestly. I can see you celebrating already. Hey, I just started watching the stream. Do I know which difficulty is most balanced? They got recently rebalanced, Germano, so I don't know, which is why I'm kind of testing it right now. But going ultra lightweight parts, which basically removes durability for the AI, they all will make 0 kilogram parts, is a very good start. I forgot, David, I'm sorry. Okay, let's see what we can do. So, what I was told to do was this. And while that high-speed G probably looks very good, the way that high-speed works compared to medium or low-speed is that 2 Gs of high-speed is just equal to 1 G of medium and low, because of how the expertise works compared to high and medium speed. So while I'm getting an extra 30 here, I am losing a lot of low speed and a lot of medium speed, which is harder to come by than the hard speed. So I don't know. It is viable, yes, but the problem is you're sacrificing medium speed, which is hard to come by to do this, and also we're sacrificing some of these other stats. So I don't know. I think honestly I prefer to still do this. It's not bad to focus high speed as well, but it's just that, again, 0.002 Gs of high speed is the same as just 0.0.1 of medium. So there's a little bit of a difference in the calculation. You actually do end up with more cornering. But as I mentioned, I just feel medium speed is harder to come by. Same with low speed than it is high speed. So I'm probably just going to stick to the high speed slider here, Alex. You get 30 to compare to losing maybe 9, but yeah, it's the issue with how it's calculated. So 30 high speed would be 15 medium or 15 low. So what I would be losing here is 3 low and 9 medium. So it's really, really close. Generally, you gain more, but I still think this is just going to be best for me right now, unfortunately. So I'm going to stick to this, but it is a good shout out. It is a good idea. Make it with it for the ATR and then take it away. I'm up for trying that out. Okay, I need to do this then, and I need my engineers back. 4 of you guys. It'll take a little bit longer to get that second front wing, but that's fine. Like so. And let's speed along. Right, every single stream you say that. I'm really bad at remembering what people play on. I still sometimes confuse my friends who play on PlayStation to those who play on PC, David, so you're not the only one I do this to. So the air tolerance is useless. It's good in rain. It's really good in rain. You play on a Nintendo Switch, Jasper, clearly. It's interesting how we try to min-max on this game when you don't need it to beat the AI. It's still fun to min-max though. That's the thing. It's still fun and interesting to try different things. But unfortunately, I might be running out of time here, so I think we'll go to Britain. And then I'll have to finish this off and probably make it into a video, but I think we'll be seeing the gains, kind of the difference already there. Because yeah, the clock is running here. I'm getting in trouble. I play on an XE ski. The Xbox?
Welcome along to Italy, and welcome along to Imola. Just outside Bologna in northern Italy, Imola hosts the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, named after the region it sits in. Surrounded by woodland, this iconic...
Might be do a save balance bonds. That's not a bad idea. I did forget to make the rear wing, didn't I? I made the new design, but I didn't make the other one, which is kind of unfortunate. Click a keyboard. Yes, I'm sorry. Sometimes it picks it up, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, Norris picks up a win. Tsunoda's second place. Where's Verstappen? 16th. Sergeant DNF, a classic. I'll take 7th and 9th. It's not the worst position we could ever end up in. 3rd and 4th for the Ferraris. McLaren dominance could bore fans. Remember when you used to stream every weekend on last week's game? I assume you mean last year's game with McLaren. I do remember that. Unfortunately, a bit busier this year. 3rd and 3rd. 3rd and 4th, yeah. You have one job? Well, he is called Williams, so I guess you can understand which team he supports, yes. Yeah, Verstappen has had an absolute mare at the start of this one. He is in 5th. He's behind Tsunoda. Like, I've never seen Verstappen have such a terrible start to a season before. It's actually kind of insane. Okay, I did forget to manufacture these, so we'll get them for the one race of the season that really doesn't need them. Oh, that's terrible. Let's get another chassis. Front wing. I think we can make them, so I'm not too worried. Get another underfloor. I do kind of forget. Like, I get so distracted with chat sometimes that the cars just don't get put together before race weekend. I'm having my moment, Floof. Be careful, Floof can take away that moment before you know it even happened. Like, Floof will Thanos snap your moment away from you. In a split second. We're still looking okay, all things considered.
Welcome along to one of the biggest weekends in motorsport.
According to him, his team was before Williams, yeah. Then they stole his name library and everything, and now he's Williams. Getting back his glory. How much did I miss? Not much. Just a Ferrari meltdown, I guess. I don't remember when you left, sorry. What was the biggest multiple car crash you ever seen in the game? Probably the double lockup into turn 1 that I think took out 8 cars or so. Leclerc win in Monaco, please. No, we're gonna win in Monaco. Yeah, but then the rest of the race was boring because we had no more crashes. Because everyone who could crash took each other out. 7th and 8th in Cooley. Okay. I'll see if Leclerc gets something at home.
And that really was a
It's Landon Oris. And we take a podium. Boletto 5th. Leclerc in 8th. Hulkenberg scores points for Haas. Haas dominance can bore Alpine fans. I don't decide where they finish. Kinda. Sounds good, Jasper. Have fun. What happened in the last 2 or 3 hours? Not much. I've just been trying to develop the car and see what the AI's done. We played China just so I could actually do a race. And the Ferrari had kind of a meltdown. It's basically our only win so far. This game is unrealistic. Everyone is moving up and down in Monaco. But yeah, it looks like we might get a Lando championship here. It's almost 60 points up at this point. This might be the McLaren. Did I just see Colapinto had a pit stop error and ended up third? I think I did. But he's now 81. Beautiful. He did also crash because he apparently finished without a front wing. That's kind of funny. So Colapinto took a podium ahead of Charles without a front wing. My bingo card is had a lot of stuff on it, but not that. The starting strategy matter when you simulate or not? Yeah, it seems to do so. Because if you simulate the same race over and over again and change up strategy, change up setups, you'll generally get different results. So, it seems to have some effect. Positive or negative though? Hard to say, because it does seem kind of random. Okay, let's see here what we need for the car. Probably a suspension. Let's get that sorted. Wait, do I have all my design slots running? I do. Front wing in 4 days. New underfloor, new rear wing. We're going to use all of these. That's fine. Reduced deadline for the chassis. Honestly, for what I'm trying to do, this is actually a negative event because we're losing expertise. I don't need that chassis design to finish quickly. I just need to run all of them like I wanted. And you're denying me that happiness. Okay, team member has reached level 4. I think that is the end of our upgrades though, because I don't have the money here to upgrade them to level 5. So drivers will have to be happy for now with this. Let's see how we're doing development wise. So for anyone who's joined later, at the start of the stream, I decided that we're going to have a little bit of fun with the drivers. So I gave some options to drivers that we could replace, and we came democratically to the decision that we were going to pick up Colapinto and Bodoletto. And we gave them 78 average stats for both of them. And maximize growth rate to make things a little bit more spicy. And it's definitely made things a little bit more spicy. They're growing pretty quickly, which is nice to see. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points for Cola. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Bodoletto. So they're kind of developing similarly, but Colapinto, who has had better results, is definitely developing slightly quicker. And that is interesting to kind of look at, honestly. Once again, just going to be boring with the pit crew. Going to let them do their own thing. Could have made a 2-stop medium soft in Monaco. I could. But it's more fun to just go full AI on these. Yeah, let's do it like this. It's a little bit of waste of money because I just made more front wings. But sometimes stuff happens. So someone said they did this, where they basically maximize weight on the suspension. That isn't the worst idea I've ever seen because you don't really lose a lot of performance. So this is probably a good shout, generally, because top speed and tire preservation isn't really affected by it. But I'm going to stick with what I've done so far. But that is definitely a good idea if you really want to save some money and make your life a little bit easier. I could see that being a very good idea, actually. Yeah, we're soon getting new underfloor. Let's get that sideboard made. There we are. We take it, Ferrari DHL Champions 2024. Didn't Ferrari just have problems with pit stops last time we played? Did something? Okay, there we go. We need one more chassis design at least before we can actually make more chassis. And as you can see, we're starting to get some good gains. 23 kph, 1.5% cooling, some cornering. So we'll do one more like that. And then we'll start doing a little bit of research. At least we win something. True. Feeling cocky after breaking the Floof curse temporarily for Lando. In the next 3 races, Alpine will get a point or more in at least one of the races. Don't remember that. Remember we saw a lot of Rebel staff? That might be why they're struggling. The thing is, I did that also in the other saves, Floof. But they didn't struggle anywhere nearly as close as this. Like, this is my probably 5th run of this save to test difficulty. This is the only reason why I'm playing RB today is because I have other RB saves data to go on to compare with. And in none of those saves did RB even get close. Well, Red Bull, not VCarb, get close to this sort of demolition. So I've still the exact same staff members. You'd expect Ferrari to crumble more, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It could be the Tsunoda switch that is actually doing it for Verstappen's mentality. Okay, so let's take a look at the fast pace up competition. So Ferrari is winning that. Norris is winning the drivers and the constructors. And Alpine is winning the sadness competition. Williams needs to score a point right now. Albon, I permit you to score a point in this race.
Formula One has arrived.
Because it would be funny. King Albono to shine, indeed, exactly. Need Albono to win. Now this is funny, 4th and 13th, because, well, I know why. Because I never changed your gearbox. Let's maximize points here, I guess. We are switching these components. Gonna give you a new gearbox too. It is the Red Bull set, so it's basically gonna explode later on anyways. So I'm fine with switching it out early. We might need to start doing a little bit of switching before practice, but that is okay. Do we have any bets for this one? Any hopes and dreams?
And that really was a brilliant performance from the RB driver.
An outstanding performance today to have made the top 10. Not many would have expected this from the team.
We made top 10.
It's hugs all round.
Franco fell down to 7th. Leclerc gets his win here. Bottas snatches another point for the Kick Saubers. And Bortoletto 11th. Sargent actually got closer than Albon this time around. No DNFs, but the Alpines did beat the Haas's, so Floof is going to be very happy about that result at least. Next race. To be fair, I'm kind of disappointed because we did put in new components, but at this point, I think the AI is actually getting pretty far ahead of us because we're expected to finish 16th now. So I think we're getting now to the point where we might be in just a tad bit of trouble, which would be kind of what I expected because the initial slow is definitely wearing off. Let's see here. We need to manufacture just 2 more suspensions, I think. Then we'll be able to tide ourselves over till we get the new ones. We are getting new rear wings very soon, probably within a day or so. Exactly. Same with the underfloor. Yeah, we have enough time to get it before Barcelona. Let's go. So the underfloor here, I'm going to go ahead and manufacture. We are going to do a rush order because I want that little bit of boost right now. The AI is getting to the point where we are probably not going to score points for the second half of the season. So they might still be a little bit overpowered, which honestly would be funny, even with the nerfs. But that is still great. So let's do this. And also, let's get started on our second rear wing now. Because the suggestion was to use high speed and then do this. Not terribly bad. How would the current rear wing look? Because that gives 18. Oh wait, did I already... I need 4 rear wings. Yeah, I need 1 more. So... this would be a... that's the front wing. That's actually the wrong wing to look at to start off with. So as you can see, the main thing that the CFD one did then is just give us a lot of high-speed cornering. I really would have liked it. I should have made a save point before we made that one. Because it's an interesting design then. Because the new one now, the one that we just made, gives us a lot of high-speed cornering. The one that I currently make is going to split that in half. It might actually be a really, really good idea, but I'm not certain because I need to test it out more. But you might be onto something right there, Alex. Might be onto something good. Just imagine you having like 10 Alpine shirts on Floof, just stacked on top of each other. That wouldn't really surprise me if you did. Okay, next up we make probably 3 of these, so we have 1 spare. Hopefully I didn't break anyone's ears there when I sneezed. My apologies. I think I hit the mute button in time. How much boost am I playing? I'm just playing with a 0.1% boost, and already we're kind of getting outplayed here by the AI slightly. So once we get everything upgraded, I could definitely see us losing the second half of this season. So maybe you need to something to balance things out even more, because this might still be a little bit too much for extra hard in the long term. But it looks very, very interesting. Not gonna lie. But yeah, apologies if I hit the button a little bit too late. Is house cooking? They have a single point. Does that count as cooking? Because if it does, then yes, they are in fact cooking. If it doesn't, then they are unfortunately not cooking. It's fully dependent on what you define cooking as. I'm assuming as the season pass, the cars are more together and the boost wouldn't matter as much. The thing is, the boost is going to get stronger and stronger the higher the expertise levels go, because the higher levels of expertise, it's harder to get. But the boost is still constant, 0.1% every time they do a project. So it's kind of hard to say. I might like this, but I might need to remove the research boost from the AI. But they're definitely keeping up and surpassing the player right now in terms of development speed. Rather development progress rather than speed. They're still developing at the same speed, but they're getting more progress with each development. So they're still quicker than the player, which kind of makes things weird. But I'm looking forward to testing it a bit more.
Thank you for joining us for this.
But yeah, even 0.1% of expertise might be too much. We'll have to see. Thought that was a hiccup? Well, you probably caught the first part of it then. Okay, heavy rain. This is some very interesting strategies from our from our boys. Let's see who wins it out here. Hello Parker, how you doing? Putting in the stream work. Surprised to see you streaming on a Sunday, but it's appreciated. I kind of want to get back to streaming, and I think for now I'm just gonna settle in with just one stream at one point during the weekend as a start, and if I can, just make a summary at the at 1.2. I think that a test would work better if every team had the same facilities, including the player. It kind of would, but the thing is, I'm setting up the AI kind of similar manner to what I did earlier. There's not going to be a huge difference. We're just going to be looking at AI development mainly. I'm not looking at the results. I'm looking at the development of the cars, and that shouldn't be too different from how I usually do things as long as I snatch the same stuff. But yeah, we have a Russell win. Do we have any McLaren fans? Leclerc second, Norris third, Verstappen making a comeback, Colapinto scoring points, Borletto 11th. Tsunoda has been beaten. That's unfortunate. But so far, I say we're doing okay. No points for Alpine even in both. Damn, we're not nice to Alpine today, are we? I did also forget to put on the new components, so I'm a silly goose. Okay, let's just check in now. We do have the rear wings, a little bit of a boost. The underfloor, a little bit of a boost. We still need to develop the suspension side pods and chassis. Just start manufacturing 2 more of these. Project is already in progress. Let's get another side pod. And we are getting close to that midpoint of the season where we are going to take a look at how development is looking. So once we get to Belgium, we will slow down and take a look at that. Hamlin's contract is ending. Not a huge deal, honestly. I'll deal with that later. And we have an extended deadline, which honestly should be fine. Because expertise gain is daily, but I haven't actually tested this. This is something I would love to test, by the way. If this results in basically 11 days of extra free expertise, it's going to take 11 days longer, yes. But do I also get 11 days expertise with that? Because then this basically is, as I mentioned, free expertise. Which would be nice. But I'll test that some other time.
Welcome along to
ATR on the chassis next? No, I use 3 ATR periods on the parts, and then I do some on research. I still want to see how the 0.1 stacks up with research compared to the 0.5 with research that I did earlier. So the development I'm doing is basically extremely similar to that. It's gonna be, at least. Okay, 14 and 17. That's not the best quality for a sprint. Yes, I can show you the sprint results. Do you believe you get more expertise from that? I would assume so, yeah. But I would like to have it guaranteed. Verstappen wins the sprint at home, ahead of Norris and Charles. Ocon finished in 10th, which could have been a point for Alpine if it was the race. Actual trolling here from the Alpine team against the floof. So 8th for Colapinto, 19th for Borletto. That's going to get interesting. Floof's going to have a mental breakdown by the end of this weekend. Literally why I'm streaming, just to have Floof break down mentally. So Colapinto stole the last point here. Verstappen wins at home. Piastri second. Leclerc third. The Astons are starting to kind of show up a little bit. And we have a Sargent squeezed in 11th. The Williams are getting close to their first point as well. Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, and Bottas DNFs. The fact that Sargent is getting close to squeezing a point here from Williams is worrisome. Ferrari's also, they lost out a little bit here, but they are getting closer altogether. 44 points there, Leclerc to Norris. Honestly, we're kind of having a fun season at just watching the other team's performance. The Ferrari downfall, I'm not ready for this. Is anyone ever ready for the Ferrari downfall? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points for Bortoleto. So they're still developing really, really quick. Remember, you need 9 points for an overall. So they're getting almost an overall a month. Okay, that's not what I want to do. I want to use this as a base and then change it from here. This is good enough. Last and second last. Don't worry, Floof, you'll be fine. I do love that it's just peak game teasing Floof when Alpine gets in the top 10. And it's not worth anything. That's the game just telling Floof that, nah, I'd win. Literally. The extra time preservation here is definitely going to be nice, but we're going to do this one and then probably one more during the summer break. The C5, or rather the 5th edition, is what we're going to be putting on the cars. So this is basically the last chassis design, and after that we're going to flip over to just doing research. Apparently we're 19th and 20th on the grid. Let's see if that actually translates into 19th and 20th in the race.
Welcome and come on in to the home of British motor racing.
Is this going to be second stream in a row where Alpine doesn't get points? Maybe I need to give them a little bit of a support buff at one point. 10th and 15 is quali. I love how invested we all are in seeing where Alpine ends up.
There, of course, we have the RB driver.
No points for me, but there is a point here for both Kick. Sorry, but for both Sauber and Haas. Verstappen has definitely made a bit of a comeback here. Tsunoda up 10 places. We ended up 14th and 15th. Albon 1 position away from points there. Sainz in 12th. The Ferrari downfall has begun. Verstappen is coming. He is inevitable. What is happening here? Because Floof is grinding in a corner right now, he's gonna curse Ferrari. That's what's happening. Where's Paris? We sent him to the farm upstate. We did what Red Bull didn't want to do. So when I gave my chat the option here to replace our drivers, we opted for promoting Tsunoda. So yeah, Tsunoda got the promotion that he's always wanted. At least here in the stream. So yeah, that's what happened. Which is funny in one way, but at the same time, it's okay. I don't think it's a huge issue. So we are A-okay. What exactly is the regulation change hitting though? Because... okay, that's a design. That's not a research. That makes more sense. There we go. Airflow front. What should I... airflow middle. Okay, so we do actually need to focus a little bit here. Don't need to do anything for the underfloor. But yeah, we're going to put one safety period into the front wing, one into the rear wing, and then we'll decide what we do with the last one later. I'm kind of tempted to invest a little bit into tire preservation here. Because it's getting hit pretty hard, 30%. It's not going to have a huge effect, honestly. But at the same time, tire preservation does seem pretty important in this year's game. So I kind of do want to do it. So let's just put this in here. Full 44 days. There we are. Research has begun. And once this rear wing is done, we're going to start more research projects. As Colapinto becomes 82. Iwasa becomes 78. I do need to probably manufacture one more of these just to be on the safe side, but we have summer break coming up really, really soon. Well, Windhill time for first place. I'm going to have to vote against that on principle. Let's see what we have to say to chat here. Please get your shirt together. I'm unzipping my tea. Even the game's doing a better job than Horner by firing Paris and putting Shinoda in. You wouldn't happen to prefer coffee. BRB. Oh, pain, suffering, everything in between. Okay, that is the final rear wing that we are going to be getting this season. Make 4 of these. I do need to make front wings too once I get the opportunity. So in 6 days. But yeah, definitely already you can see that extra hard is extra hard. The AI is kind of flying here. If you look at the cars, we're currently last by a decent margin here, I'm pretty sure. Now the question I have to ask myself is, Alpine quicker than us? They should be. They should be at this point. Are they? Not really. The AI just votes for anything that doesn't benefit them, so yeah, it's kind of random. Mercedes William has Aston Martin. At least you are, I guess, ambitious. Okay, suspension done. We are going to manufacture a couple of front wings because we need them. We're running out. I'll see what Hungary has to offer. Hungary and Belgium, and then I think I'm going to have to probably call it. My headache is getting a bit worse. It's not anything terribly worse, but when you've had it for an entire day, it does get tiresome. So I'm going to probably call it early tonight.
Welcome to the beautiful Three Springs Valley, here in Hungary.
Milk's too expensive for me to drink casually. What is the main thing I put in my tea? If water wasn't the main thing you put in your tea, I'd be worried for you, Floof. I wonder, are you one of those people who put the tea into cold water instead of hot water? '13th, 14th, that is good enough when we have the worst car on the grid, in theory.
And that really was a brilliant performance from the RB driver.
A brilliant performance, what will that say? No points? Leclerc wins, he's back. Back again. Bortoletto snatches a couple of points, and Colapinto is 12th here. Olkenberg, 1 position of points here. Ocon, Sonoda and Sargent DNFs. Drivers' Championship then. It's getting close-ish. Norris with only 4 points this weekend. Down in 8. That's not good. Constructors is also kind of heating up here. Ferrari versus McLaren. It's going strong. I like a hot cup of tea. Good. A smidge of vodka in the tea helps. Here, have a smidge of vodka for your depression is what I just heard. And I think that is a good idea, to be fair. So, yeah, we don't condone that here. Okay, we should be getting new chassis for Belgium, at least one. Gearbox error, I hate that. Engine error, I hate that. But it is part of the game, and it does kind of change things up a bit, so I can't be too angry about it. Sonoda either scores big or crashes. Honestly, you're not wrong. It's basically what Sonoda has been doing. He either wins or, you know, as you say, DNFs. No in-betweens. Okay, so with that, we have the final sidepod design, which means we can do some more research and getting the airflow on the chassis up. And maybe a little bit of cooling too, as an added benefit would be nice if we would say stick with RB engines next year. So we're gonna invest a little bit in that. But yeah, kind of unhappy with the fact that we picked up damage to 2 components, but we still scored points. I'm very happy with that. Get a mug, get teabag, put teabag in mud, boil kettle,
We're in Belgium,
and put boiled water in mug.
province of Liège. Halfway through the season, it's
Did you
too
just
early
write
to
a
call the
tea
championship.
brewing
Can teams
tutorial?
make good before the summer break, or will they be hoping
To know that's faster than Max, just error prone, so better than Checo. 3 minutes teabag in water minimum. Yeah, you should listen to Walls. He's the resident expert, I think. Or you get in trouble if you don't. Okay, let's go to qualifying first, then we'll switch out the damage components. Yes, I did. I'm British, so it's my priority. The funny thing is that we have more than one British person in chat, and you guys might end up fighting about what the tea should be in the water. Let's see, we're going to use the last fresh engine. We're probably going to need to buy a new one, but that's not a huge problemo. I can live with that. Just one championship. The difference in priorities here, just 1 point. Please, God, just a singular point. I just want 1 championship, please. What do I think there will be? What do you think there will be in F1 Manager 25? Multiplayer, make your own engine, formation lab. I don't know, honestly. I would love multiplayer, basically because it's... I can see it being more fun if it works properly, playing with other people. At the same time, it would require a lot of work. Engine development could be fun. Formation lab would be kind of a nice addition, but I kind of see that as the same way that I see the pit stops that they're gonna add. The pit stop starts, nice to have, but not super necessary. What I am worried about if they add formation laps is that it's going to be a minigame similar to setups, because setups right now is a bit of a tedious minigame if you play several seasons, because there's nothing that really changes there. So I would love to see multiplayer. I would love to see some sort of editor packed with the game, and that they take advantage of the fact that they have the race replay feature to kind of make campaigns in the sense that you relive old interesting seasonal moments, relive old like season fights, 4 or 5 races, things like that. Just make things a little bit spicier. But yeah, that would be nice as well. Fuck off, tea should not be in the water? Damn. You just made you just made the entirety of Britain your enemy. Now all of Britain knows you're here, Shaq. Team development aspect is too pretty for multiple mode. That's kind of why I would like to see the possibility of regulation changes next game. Actually changing how the sliders behave with each other. Basically, it's changing the meta with each big regulation change, and maybe having some sort of randomized aspect there to make it optional. Make the randomized aspect optional, but basically have meta sliders be different from save game to save game, and also kind of change tires, how tires behave on each track from season to season. Those 2 things alone would make the game feel pretty new and exciting, because you would have to learn something new every season. You'd have to try and figure out how things work. Maybe not every season, maybe every 2 or 3 seasons. But it would allow you to... I don't know how to explain properly. It would keep the game fresh and new, even if you played a 20 season game, because the development would change, tires and race strategy would change, and you can make it somewhat random, yes, within certain limits. You can have basically, again, an editor packed in where you can kind of make your own setups, would be huge. But I don't know if we're going to get that. I would love it though, honestly. But yeah, that is what I think. 13th, 16th. This is going to be the last race for today. I'm probably going to finish this off stream maybe, or we maybe do it some other time, because I need the data probably today. So last chance, Wolf. And Verstappen wins, Norris second, Leclerc in 5th. Bottas snatches another point for Sauber, and Danny Rick actually 12th as well. So Ocon 13th. Unfortunate DNF from Sainz. That is a tad unfortunate, I'll be honest. But yeah, I'm probably going to finish this, as I mentioned, off stream, which is going to be probably a bit unfortunate because it is hype right now, but my headache is getting progressively worse, and my thinking is really suffering as a result, as you probably have realized. I'll deal with this later. But yeah, McLaren has won at this half point of the season. I'm probably going to make a copy of this, and we'll finish it off stream sometime, probably next weekend. For those of you who are still interested, I'm going to basically just use the data from this. I'm not going to show the championship results, so no one will know anything. We're going to play that again anyways. But that would be good. Norris and McLaren get a half-season win here. Ferrari get the pit stop championship. I think we'll have to take it from there. But yeah, I'm sorry. It's my head is just doing me in right now. Let's see. Whoever said that deserves to be locked up. Car performance line graph next year would be nice too. I'm just gonna go through chat here, so if you have any questions, I'll try and respond to that quick. But yeah, my head is really doing me in at this point. God damn it, I'm British. Who the hell is a teabag in the water? Some random up-down to the past development would be great, yeah. How about you join Ferrari as soon as your team principal rating is enough? Please help us. Only high-level facility and staff can minimize the randomness in R&D. I would like a little bit of randomness, yeah, depending on your staff and your facilities. Proof mentally, are you okay right now? I feel numb. I feel your pain. Yeah, I'm transferring my headache to you right now. But yeah, we'll have to see what we do with this. I think continuing next time would be good. But would probably also sit down and try and sim through some stuff tomorrow morning in order to kind of just get it done, get the data before the patch drops, which would be nice. But we'll see. Tell us in the next video stream if Alpine gets a point. I will report if they do. I'll have that as the thumbnail, I guess. Have a good day, Nero. Hope your headaches get better. Appreciate that, Alex. Thank you. We will end up joining Ferrari at one point, I'm pretty sure. How to remove the couldn't connect to backend? I don't know, Miguel. I didn't have that issue. I'm pretty sure Reddit has a lot of guides to how to, if you run into problems. I don't exactly remember what the solution to your issue is, unfortunately. But the guides and tutorials on his GitHub are very, 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 very good. So take a look there. If you can't sort it out, ask in my Discord. And there's probably someone who will be able to help you there. If not, I'll help you out probably tomorrow morning. If you could share with Floof the Alpine results of each race, he would appreciate that. Honestly, let's do it like this then. I will share the results in Discord as I simulate the rest. So for those of you who are invested, I will simulate the rest probably, as I said, either tonight if I feel a little bit better after a power nap, or tomorrow morning, and then I'll post the race results in Discord. And if Alpine gets anything, I will shout you out, Floof. Sounds like a good idea. But I think, honestly, I'll just do this probably sometime this coming weekend. Maybe week? See, I can't even tell the difference anymore. But yeah, we'll probably... Honestly, I do want to continue this on stream right now. But as I said, my head is doing me in. It is fun. Like, the only thing we're doing here is simulating races. But it's kind of fun to see everyone's reactions. And it feels like everyone is invested. And that makes it more fun too. But yeah, I'll think about it. I'll figure it out tomorrow, what we do. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it a ton. Hope to see you around next time, which will probably be Sunday again? Monday? Saturday? Either Saturday or Sunday. I'll shout out in Discord. Las Vegas top 3 predictions. I want to see Leclerc, Sainz, Norris, just to make it spicy for the last couple of weekends. But yeah, thank you very much. Bye bye, everyone. Hope you've had a good weekend so far. Hope you have a good week to come. And I'll yell at you next time when I stream. Bye bye, everyone. I will be dropping a condensed video of last week's stream. Probably not going to do this for this one, to be fair, because it's going to be part of the testing video. But yeah, before I go, I almost forgot. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I did forget that we were going to take a look at the development, so I do want to do that before we go. Mainly because I'm curious about that myself. I just, in my infinite wisdom, because I have a headache, exported the save game without saving. So I need to actually save the game before I can actually get it into the editor. And I did that because I'm very, very smart. But yeah, I'm sorry everyone for kind of baiting you here by saying bye and then doing this. But again, this will be part of the next video, hopefully. So we can kind of see development at even at 0.1%. The AI is probably still getting a little bit too much of a boost. I'm not even showing it to you because that is where I am right now. But yeah, even with 0.1%, the AI is still quite a lot ahead. This here is me, down here, at 64%, and Red Bull is now up at 86. So yeah, I don't know exactly why they're getting such a huge boost, but it seems to be pretty strong. I don't know exactly what's going on here. If I did something wrong, I hope I didn't. Nope, it's still 0.1%. So, I don't know. It seems to be very similar to some of the earlier results. So I might need to talk a little bit with Reda again. But right now, the AI is definitely getting a very, very helping hand here. Let's say it like that. But yeah, now I'm going to head off. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everyone. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow for the update, unfortunately, David. I'll have to see what I have time for, basically. But, thank you very much. Bye-bye. Have a good evening. What do you mean the Alpines are 6? They are 6 in terms of development, yeah. There's something, the pace isn't perfectly reflected, so I'll have to take a look at that too. There's something that probably isn't working exactly as intended here, Floof, so it's not Alpine's fault. Bye-bye. Final bye. Have a good evening.